Good evening, folks. What's up, you?
What's up?
Make your way to Lava Storm. Hitting up Soul B tonight. Been a while since we've been there. Who's that skeleton? Yeah, I gotta bank some stuff and sell some stuff. And since we're in the neighborhood. I didn't even check to see if the Thorn was going to be available tonight. Just assumed. I think one of the creepiest things about EverQuest is at any given time there could be an invisible ogre standing behind you. No matter where you are in the world. Or a troll. Or a halfling. And I can imagine how stressful that would be on a PvP server. This zone brings back so many memories. It's when I first started playing EverQuest. This was the first zone I experienced. So every time I come here, I just wax nostalgic. There he is. We have a group. Well, there's Danny. He probably fell asleep. Did I say Lava Storm? I said Lava Storm, didn't I? Where the hell's all this stuff come from? Okay. Oh, shoot, food. And I have no bank space. Wonderful. Why do I have so much crap? Good lord. Do I really need a stone leer emerald plume? I don't even know what that's for. Now what's the deal with the Kodiak pelts? Why do I have so many Kodiak pelts? Ah, you are right. I didn't know titles changed. Did you have to change your title, or did it do it automatically?
No, it does it automatically.
Huh.
You get past 50. Thorns and Wanderer.
I still got a few levels to go. Excuse me. I don't think Danny's making it tonight. Where's that road? Lava storm, Nectalos. Oh, you're over there already. Torkin just poured the lava storm. Oh, Tommy's on his way. Excuse me. Oh. Freaking long week. Had to let that girl go last week, which meant I had to cover all her shifts. This week, I'd do a double on Thursday. And turn around and open this morning. So it was a fun week. Almost shot one of my employees yesterday. He thought it would be cute to come in to burst through the door. Look, mind you, large black man. Burst through the door shouting, "Hands up, this is a robbery." And I was right in the middle of counting out a big payout for a lottery ticket.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it was half out of the holster before I realized who it was. He realized the error of his ways very quickly. But yeah. September marked the 1-year anniversary of the shooting in the store. So it was fresh on everybody's mind. There he is. SpaceX had to scrub the launch today. They were going to launch something immediately after NASA did a launch. NASA got theirs off. NASA. What's up, yo?
Yo.
You're very quiet.
Oh, hold on. Better?
Better.
Hey.
But SpaceX had to scrub their launch. 2 seconds to ignition.
They scrubbed it at 2 seconds?
Yeah. Did I pass it? Where the hell am I at?
Did you hear Trump got coronavirus?
Yeah, Trump's got the coof. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if he did it on purpose just so he could tell everybody, see, hey, this shit ain't nothing.
His office supposedly have it now.
What's that?
A lot of people from his office supposedly have it right now.
I blame Democrats.
Like, at least 5 people have come out.
Speaking of coming out, I had this tranny in the store today. Hideous beast of a thing. Overweight, not even trying that hard, but wearing a skirt. Okay. And asked for a money order. We don't do money orders. And then got seriously offended that I wouldn't sell her a money order. The level of entitlement that just oozed out of this individual. But I'm here to get a money order. How dare you not have one? Kind of thing. Didn't I invite you?
You invited me.
You guys are already in a group. Alright, invite me.
Oh, I went to the wrong way. How do I get to where you're at?
Where'd you go?
I went to Soleil entrance.
Just come around the volcano. It's straight across from the entrance.
Oh, I see.
Or not straight across, but as you're coming out of Soleil, just turn left.
Wait, no, this isn't the right entrance either.
No, that's a temple thing. The questy place.
Oh, you're down there. I see you.
Yeah. There
Did
you
she
are.
call you transphobic
No.
for not selling her a money order?
No. It was just such a nauseating encounter. Not because, the tranny status, but just the entitlement that oozed out of this individual. Like I would have the audacity to not carry money orders because I should have known she was coming in to get one, and I should have set it all up in advance, kind of thing. That was just the impression I was given from the response. And I really just want to throw the cash register at her. This freaking little old lady comes in and just starts bitching because it's a convenience store. Convenience store prices. You're not going to find much for $1. Bag of chips. There you go. That's about it. Maybe an iced tea. It was just walking up and down the aisles for about 15-20 minutes, bitching because the Nutter Butter cookies cost $1.29. It was just a weird day.
It's just gonna get weirder.
And then there's these two, I swear to God, they're straight out of Antifa boot camp. Came in the store, went right to the, tiny little health and beauty aid section that we have solely for the purpose of displaying condoms, basically, and painkillers. You know, like ibuprofen. You don't come here for medication or first aid supplies. But they were like, they bought all my Band-Aids. They bought tweezers. When's the last time you bought tweezers at a convenience store during the middle of the day? You know, it was weird. Just a lot of that kind of crap. So I'm wondering if there's not like some kind of protest planned in Williamsport. Oh shit, I can't even stand up in here.
Oh no.
You seriously can't stand up.
Oh, god damn it. Might have to scrub this because I won't be able to fight at all. There. As long as we stay in this room, we're fine.
One did pass through here, but it was a blue to me.
Are we just wandering around?
Could probably go deeper in this time. Fight some like bats and stuff. Let's go up this way first. This is the nobles up here. Looks like someone's up here.
Oh, yeah. Freaking gnomes.
Oh, it's gotten taller in here. Oh, back to small roofs.
Oh, yeah, don't get smashed under that block, Tommy. I don't know if you've ever been here before, but that's a trap.
Here's the blue.
I'm gonna have to bring it back here.
Will that block kill you in one go?
I don't know. I've never been hit by it, but... I'm guessing pulling it would probably be a bad idea.
Ooh, I can hear some giants.
Where'd that bat go?
These beetles are blue.
Look at us killing stuff.
Another beetle.
Going full circle. I hear at 60 you get to fight giant rats.
Yeah.
Did they even drop anything? Oh, money. Okay, let's let him head up. There's another one down there. Oh, it's a spider. There's that bat. I'm stunned. Yeah. Oh, they found a loophole for the over stun resistance. Let's just hit them with bats.
These bats see through hide, by the way.
Nice stun. Bastards, chain stun. Drink the hell out of that coffee. I like this new pig sticker. It doesn't have that oh so useful and bigger proc, but so what is there in here that we can make as a goal?
Wanted to go over near the Euphrates and not kill the Euphrates himself, but the mobs up to him
Can
over
we
the
kill
lava.
Ifriti? What level is he?
He's pretty tough. He's like level 51, but he
Oh,
drops the gold Euphrates boots.
we can kill him.
We can kill these spiders down here next.
Oh shit. There's a few of them down there.
We might want to just like evac.
Not yet. Oh shit, Thorn's almost dead.
Yep. Good job.
Let's hope he survived. Dotted. They hit you with a boiling blood dot. Bandage him quick if you can.
Have it. Close one.
At least we can just pour it right back. The snake's staring at you. No, never mind. Oh, he's back. He likes you. Aw.
Yeah.
Just want to be friends.
You really backstab a snake, though. Aren't they all just belly?
Snakes?
Yeah, it's just all belly. All neck.
Yeah.
Right here, this dead snake with Drivo's corpse next to it tells a story.
It does. Don't bite halflings, they're poisonous. Ah, there's a beetle. Shit. Just kidding. Giant port was fun, because there was always something wandering through. Alright, well, since we're sitting here for a second, we're going to grab a coffee. I'll be right back, and then I don't know what we're going to do. Might go to Giant Port, might head back to Solby. We'll see. Alright, we're back. So where to? You want to go back to Soul B, or do you want to just go murder giants? Welfare giants.
I'm down for anything.
Well, since you don't have Danny here, we can go kill giants.
Alright. I don't care either way.
I thought he'd be here to drink you.
Yeah, we'll just go do giants.
What the heck was that?
Coyote.
I thought they were supposed to like druids.
Coyotes don't like anybody.
We should just kill them all real quick before we leave.
They like druids unless they're hungry.
So what are we gonna do tomorrow? Since I brought it up.
Kids, keep part 2. No, just kidding.
Next time we go back there, I'm gonna be much better prepared. You know,
I've been looking for masks and stuff that give you enduring breath.
Which one that drops in there?
Well, yeah. Because I'm really slow at swimming compared to you guys, I'm sure.
I don't think there's a speed. Is there? Do you swim fast?
Yeah.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, like a Ixar starter.
Oh, that's
Ixar
right.
compared to a normal starting character. I'm like a speedboat if you're an Ixar.
Oh, and those damage shields on the freaking mermaids. Holy crap, that was brutal. That's a rogue's worst nightmare. Sorry, I was thinking back to the Kedge Keep adventure.
Kind of glad I missed out on it.
It was rough. Well, rogues, they attack so fast with both hands that they're constantly taking... I was just watching Thompson's bar just right down. It was crazy.
Cathorn said you can dispel the damage shield.
Yeah, assuming they don't have any other buffs.
And you just keep dispelling.
Yeah.
And so I was talking to somebody. They were like, cancel magic gets rid of one at a time, but there's a nullify magic or something like that, a higher level spell that just gets rid of all of them, or 4 at a time or something like that.
There's items that do it too. Just click on the item while you have the bad guy targeted and dispels them. So where are we going? Burning Woods, right? Be very careful, Tommy, in Burning Woods. It's a bit rough there. You'll be all right. Just be careful. They hit hard. Once we get to the giant place, it'll be all right.
Oh, just stay on your tail.
Yep. Just if you get aggro, stop attacking and hide. Just until we feel it out, you might be alright. Thompson gets all the aggro anyhow, so.
Does anybody else feel like, oops, you run faster on this ice?
That's not a thing.
I totally felt like I increased in speed the second I got into this tunnel.
I think it's just close confines creating the illusion.
Maybe.
Okay, which side? How do we get to Burning Woods?
Well, the left wall?
Left wall. Alright. Oh, Carter's is here too.
We get a group there, that could be good.
I don't know what the who all command is for Carter's.
It's just Karnar.
Oh.
There's 13 people.
"13 people in Carter's castle."
If you hit page up, you won't drop so fast.
Oh yeah, I know. You do it first person too, and then you just... It's not as bad. I'm always paranoid about levitate. I'm always afraid it's going to fuck off when I'm like 800 feet in the air.
Does it last its full thing, or can it randomly go?
Random. It depends. Oh, it depends on which teleport or levitate it is, I think.
We've ran pretty much over the entirety of Timorous Deep, though.
That's true. Look at Thorn down there strutting. Burning Woods is a fun zone. I don't know if there's anything there worth going after or whatever, but it's just a fun zone. Some good spots to just sit and camp and kill.
Strut that ass.
What the hell is that?
Wow, look at how high Gathorn is.
Holy crap.
How'd he
Holy
get up
crap.
there? The mountain's not even that high. Doesn't even make any sense.
What the hell's all that down there? What is all that?
Bunch of dead bodies below us.
It's a massacre. Where's the zone? No idea where I'm going. Oh, found it.
Where's this zone line?
It's not very evident. It's just a little gap in the mountain. Did you see that pile of bodies?
Yeah.
Yeah, just it's behind that pile of bodies from the way we came in. Just keep running against the zone wall and you'll just run into it.
Oh, I was too high as well.
No, you shouldn't be too high. Oh, you got it. Oh, I guess you can be. I guess you can. My bad. My bad. Didn't know that was a thing.
Can we check out the Sarnak port this time?
Where's it at?
It's in the northeast corner.
Sure.
You just follow the right wall. I think if we're up on the right wall, we probably won't get.
Oh,
Very
not
good.
in this zone. This zone's retarded about that stuff. There's no buffers.
Ooh, a giant in front of me.
Giant. Oh, worm. Shit, I got stuck on something. There's a hornet right up against his own wall. Cinder hornet. It's so hard to find. Even the Kunark zones are weird because so many of them, you don't even know where the zone line is because of just the way they're made. They're all mountains and steep hills, and very frustrating. I guess I'll meet you there. When we eventually make our way over to Skyfire. Is that what it is? Skyfire Mountains? Or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of that over there too. Some damn chromo tracks. That's what makes that zone suck so bad. Pull one of them things and all your buffs are gone. Oh, these trees. I can't see anything. I'm still heading north. It's a good sign. Where are you guys at? Oh, I just saw somebody. What's at the Sarnak port? Anything?
Oh, the entrance to Chardock.
Oh. Tree. Keep running into trees. Sarnak. Champion. There's another Sarnak. Oh, good, it opens up.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Now we just have to find a good spot to pull. Oh, this is perfect. They're all blue. We pull them right over to this corner here. Good times. Oh, looks like no. Yeah. Okay, I think this corner's gonna be safe. Right up on this hill. That's our safe space.
I'm gonna just poke my head in a little bit. If you want, we can go on the inside of the walls. Just invis past these guys.
Spider. Oh, there you go. You can just pull right over here. One of those is Necro. Oh, that's a named. Korosai Clyseer. Does that mean anything? He's Necro, whatever he is. Or Shadow Knight. Ooh, he's got a sword. We're killing him. Alright.
He's a red to me.
He's level 47. He's holding a runic carver.
Oh. But still. It's a sword. Have to kill him. Dibs.
Shadow Knight, so I think he's gonna harm touch you.
Yeah, that's right. I'll eat the first one.
The Zealot, I believe, they're like shaman-like. Healing, at least. I think they heal.
Oh wow, there's a little room in here. With 4 more Sarnaks. 2 champions and 2 knights.
Oh, excuse me.
According to the map, there's like 3 different rooms like that. The next entrance down is the entrance to Chardok, or leads to it. And then these other 2 back here are rooms with Sarnaks in them.
What the hell did I have to go to Chardok for? I had to go there for some questy thing. Well, not on the live server. Can't remember what. They turned off a lot of the key requirements, like for howling, whatever the hell it is. You know, the ones where you have to get the, you know, Chakadai prod and whatnot. They turned off the requirements for a lot of those, so you can just click your way in.
Okay, the 3rd room down has 1 Sarnak in it. fourth room down has 2. Tell me when you're gonna pull, because I'm gonna
Just wait for
walk
the
back
middle.
there.
Gives it half mana.
And just check out this. Yeah, and there's 4 in here. In the big Chardock room. Seems like there's 2 entrance tunnels to Chardock. But the entrance is not the same as the exit.
It's an insect carapace riveted to a leather backing. I just realized what my chess piece was. Oh, face spider carapace. Makes sense. This is outside, so they'll respawn like every 7 minutes. Okay, here we go.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna pull the zealot first.
He's healing. Ooh. 415.
Backs up.
No. Direct damage spell.
Holy shit. Try to help me look for it when he starts casting spells. I can't.
He's healing right now.
Shit. Wow, he's just
He's healing again. He's like chain healing.
Damn, resist. That was a lot tougher than I thought it was going to be. Holy crap.
Just wait till you take down the named.
I'm going to eat that opening harm touch and then we'll share the aggro after that. I got my harm touch up too. How do you like it? Now watch him resist. I just want to see what he's carrying. Poison, what's going on? How are you doing? That shouldn't be too bad. He's blue. Green.
Green to me.
Hey, I know. Summon a pet too.
Uh-huh. Your pet can fight his pet.
That's right. Hey, good to see you back. Hold on, I'm missing something. Going to be packing here shortly, so probably won't be at the keyboard, but how's it going? It's going well. Going well, Beef.
Just send your pet in to eat the harm touch.
There you go. We were going to go to Sol B, but the quarters are really tight, and half the time I'm crouched over, which means I can't fight, so we're going to wait to go back there until we have a shaman with us. Probably Danny's shaman. And, yeah, so, and then we were going to go to the giant fort in Burning Woods, but decided to hit the Saranac fort first. And we might end up staying here all night, because it looks like a neat spot. Then tomorrow night, we're probably going to go to Carner's Castle. Which means we'll end up somewhere completely different.
We should probably go back to Soul B tonight, though. Because that's the title of your stream.
We went to Solby.
For like 5 minutes.
It counts. It's not false advertising. This is the entrance to Chardok is inside this castle. Chardok is a thing that people go to. Oh yeah, yeah. And a lot of the stuff, you know, I've never gotten to before, like this place. I think I was here on the live servers, but long after it was a challenge anymore. I was doing some quest just for shits and giggles. One of them involved going to Chardok for something. I don't remember what. But it was just a question of going in, murdering everything, coming out with the thing that I needed to finish the quest.
Are you Harmony the... Well, does this work? I know I didn't finish a sentence there, but... Can you really Harmony a master of a pet and the pet don't come? No.
Blam.
Arm touched.
Yep. It's alright. It's done now. Resisted me. Oh, he's tough.
Rock, 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 rock.
Oh, I know what you mean. It's like the game that never launches.
Needs rated Thompson. No.
Ah,
Don't run, don't run. Don't
I
run.
regret these weapons.
Yeah, I know. It just kind of fizzled out. I think they may have just bit off a little more than they could chew. Possibly. It's not an easy thing putting one of these games out. Did someone repop over there already? Holy crap.
Who's 61? I think that might be my highest.
What's he got?
Rune cover. God, that thing's heavy. 10 pounds. That's a night this time. Yeah, they're still working on it. But yeah, like Clubhouse said, it's just been going on and on and on with no real major updates in a very long time. Christ, what is it? What's that game we alpha tested, Tommy? I can never remember the name of it.
Of creation.
Ashes, yeah. Ashes, they're spamming me every day with new stuff that they're working on. They started at the same time. That's why I'm making the comparison. They announced roughly around the same time that they're both coming out. And Ash has done all kinds of crazy, including completely revamped the game. Ash has completely did a shift from what it was originally planned for. Good, bad, I don't know. Yet to be determined.
Ashes is getting some pretty good, or some excitement around it. It might just be bells and whistles and really no content, but who knows? It looks good. The flying looks pretty cool. Like,
yeah, it's a beautiful game. Holy
yeah.
crap. Beautiful. There's still a lot of work that needs done on it. They do regular streams where they showcase some of the stuff that they're working on, and there's very obvious glitches still in the game, but right now they're focusing on just getting everything in place and getting it working, and then they'll tweak everything as needed.
Their whole like town system is way above any town system that's existed in a game, at least on this scale of a game, like an actual high graphics based MMO style, not very small pixel amounts. Like a town will even adopt the overwhelm, like the majority of characters in the game. If the majority of the characters are elves in that town, it'll turn into an elf town.
Oh, neat. Yeah, it's one of those games that just kind of evolves over time. And if they have multiple servers, every server will be different. I don't know if they're going to have the audience for multiple servers, but I don't know. Any MMO these days will. Yeah, Tommy was playing New World for a while. I'm sure it's going to be a fine game, but it's Amazon, and I just don't like Amazon.
It's got the appeal that like City of Heroes has. It's get on, do some things, get off.
Yeah.
But it's like, for example, it's got 12 monsters in the game, and that's all you fight. They're just reskinned and re-leveled, and
yeah, like Final Fantasy games where you're fighting green blobs and red blobs.
its visuals great, combat awesome. I didn't get too much into the PvP because I didn't go on that long, but I watched it, and it looks cool. It's got interesting ideas. Sometimes it just turns into a fuck fest, or like a high level guild or whatever you want to call it just gets teamed up with like some scrub guild, and then nothing really happens. But so they got to tweak that a little bit. But its PvP actually looks pretty interesting. But as an MMO, its story is told by side quests.
What's that? A new world.
A new world, yeah. There's a lot of side quests. There's a lot of go out, gather this, bring it back here. Go out, kill this, come back here. Take this to there.
Proximity voice chat. That's kind of neat.
That, and that's interesting. Yeah.
It's just like, you walk down the hallway and all of a sudden you start hearing the conversation of the people you're approaching.
It's got that appeal. It gets abused a little bit, but it's got that appeal.
I don't mean to say anything bad about the game Clubhouse, because I don't know enough about it to say anything bad about it. I have no opinion on the actual game. It's just Amazon, and I hate Amazon.
The game that you would enjoy in the same sense that the way you enjoy Destiny. But in the same way, even though you enjoy Destiny a lot, you would really say Destiny was a true MMO.
No. Well, I don't know. I would, because there was a lot of MMO elements in it. I spent a lot of time interacting with other players. I don't know about you, but I was always like joking around with other players, even if it was just chest bump emotes.
I mean your traditional MMO sense, like
yeah.
these G standard MMOs, not just massive online.
Yeah, it is looter shooter.
It's got a good sense of MMO appeal to it, but there's elements that just are missing in those kind of games.
I freaking love that game.
The new one that's coming out that you showed looks pretty good.
What's that?
I like how it's got the Division style combat.
What
was that? You showed it in the Discord. The looter shooter.
Oh yeah.
The one where you could actually take cover and whatnot.
Yeah.
Can't you just harmony the room? I should just type that, but I'm lazy.
I mean, you could. Or we could just kill the entrance mobs.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in there except for the occasional name pop.
It's the same mobs. They're just in a room.
Sarnax aren't very creative. But again, it has nothing to do with the game itself. It's just, and it's not even that it's a large company. I just don't like Amazon. It's a matter of principle. I'm one of those weird people that if I don't like what stuff that a company does, I don't support the company. And it's not intended to be a dig, you do you kind of thing. It taints the fun for me. Like Destiny. Love that freaking game. Love it. It's probably my favorite game of all time. And I know that's a big claim to make. Especially after, Christ, what, 40 years of gaming? But I really enjoyed playing Destiny. But then they came out with support for Black Lives Matter. So I'm sorry, you're not getting my money anymore. As much as I enjoy your game, I can't justify giving you my money anymore.
I wonder if we killed these guys enough, if we could walk into Cabalus.
Probably. Or at least not get murdered on sight. You'd have to kill a lot of them.
Yeah.
Oh, he just called me.
Yeah, I wanted to wait till he did that before
I know you don't like Amazon, but I am intrigued with the potential new Lord of the Rings MMO that they have in development. Because they're also coming out with a new Lord of the Rings television show for their Amazon Prime series. There's a lot of speculation too that they might do. You know how Defiance kind of played along with the TV show.
Yeah, yeah.
There's speculation that they're going to do that to this. This Lord of the Rings TV series will kind of play along with the current game that they're in development or something like that. It's speculation, but it would be cool.
Yeah. No, that was the only saving grace for Defiance was the TV show tie-in.
They ever come out with that Amazon grocery store? You remember that? It's called like Amazon Go. It's like a you would just pick up the items and go. You wouldn't have to go through a checkout lane because it like automatically counted your items when you picked them up. There was an ad for it. I thought it would have killed all the other grocery stores. There's nobody like standing in line. That's the worst part.
That's my favorite part.
Yeah.
That's when you get to do all the people watching. I was behind. I remember there was a grocery store locally, and the guy in front of me had this huge pustulent boil on the back of his neck, and it was all I could.
Did you pop?
My hands started moving towards it. It was weird. I was like entranced because I have this thing for boils. But I had to stop myself. The nursing homes. I was the boil picker.
I still to this day remember that story you told me about not just popping a boil from this old person's head, but pulling out a full-on sack.
Oh yeah, one of those pilar cysts that you get on your scalp. Yeah, that was pretty messed up. Boy, that stunk. Holy crap, was that foul.
Is it wrong that like I wish that I would just like get a boil so that my lady could pop it?
You know, there's a subreddit called R Popping. It's got a bunch of videos of like people getting their
she watches
massive boils surgically removed or surgically popped.
She watches the pimple popping videos and sends them to me all the time. My daughter likes them. She thinks they're funny.
Dr. Pimple Popper.
Holy shit, 412. Kill this sumbitch. He is murdering me.
Best part about having something popped is not the sensation of it being popped, but the relief
afterwards.
That relief, and then that little like. And sometimes you get multiple of them, but that pop of like, where it's almost like a firecracker just went off underneath your skin. You know what I'm talking about? When the head finally released or the core finally released, and yeah, that's the best part. That's why blackheads suck.
Well, the worst are the sebaceous cysts that just won't pop unless you go super deep with a needle or something, but I've never done that.
Bro, what's going on?
I've never gotten a cyst or a boil, and I'm kind of ashamed of myself for it.
Wait till your first STD. Salads are a pain in the ass. Oh, look, another one. Hi, Ronald. I'm saving those for something. I don't know what. They were used for one of the quests. I think one of the armor sets. But yeah, this lady had these pilar cysts, and it's like the root of a hair develops an infection, and then it just starts filling up with fun stuff. Kenshiro, what's going on? And it forms a kind of rubbery pocket at the base of the hair, you know, where the root goes in, and it just grows and grows and grows. And we're working on one on this one lady's head, and thought it was just like a regular boil or whatever. But then after pulling all the pus out of it, there's this large hole, and with this white ring in the inside. So I was able to like grab the white ring with my fingernail, and I pulled it out, and this rubbery pocket, like a little purse, popped out of the hole. And then the hole that was left over was big enough to put the tip of a pen down in. You know, the end of a pen, not the point, the other end. It was huge. So we just kind of like quietly backed out of the room.
Oh.
No, not really. I mean, she was fine. There was nothing.
That's what you're supposed to do, though. If you wouldn't remove it, it would have just filled right back up.
Yeah.
I learned that from Dr. Pimple Popper.
There you go. But man, it smelled like rotten meat so bad. The one lady ran out of the room and threw up. One of the CNAs that was in there.
I probably would too, though. But then I'd want to come right back.
Alright, I'm good. Let's get back to work.
Videos where they take out people's tumors, or like pets' tumors.
What's that?
There's like I think there was one video where they took out this giant tumor from this cat or dog or whatever, and then it just came out in like one piece, and so they were able to like pop it afterwards, and then everything oozed out. I just want to take out like a massive cyst and then like smash it Gallagher style with a hammer. And just have it like spray over everyone.
You'd have to get that from like a blue whale. Like a blue whale cyst.
Yeah.
No, Clubhouse. Once they made the announcement that they were doing some kind of fundraiser or whatever for Black Lives Matter, I immediately uninstalled, canceled. Same with PewDiePie. He did a fundraiser for Black Lives Matter. I just unsubscribed. Won't watch his videos anymore.
But you don't like PewDiePie anymore?
No.
He did
a fundraiser for Black Lives Matter, so done.
Oh.
You know, they may not even support the message, but that just means you're kowtowing to it. And sorry, you're not doing that with my support or money. Yeah, Trump got the Rona. Yeah. That opens up so many questions. Anything that happens in this election cycle is just going to make me suspicious.
I mean, there's a few bad apples in the Black Lives Matter, but it's not like the whole organization, is it?
Yeah, the whole thing from top to bottom is just... It's not even it's not like the Black Panthers or whatever, where it was a legitimate, civil rights organization.
Racial equality is a pretty
good... It has nothing to do with racial equality. It has everything to do with disruption to destabilization. Racial inequality doesn't have anything to do with it. It's just an excuse. Never has been. It's an excuse to create chaos.
It's just not the same BLM as the original community formed version. Unfortunately, I also was in that realm where I was like, yeah, I support BLM, and then more time happened. Like, I do support Black people and having a better life and equality and everything.
I don't. And it's not that I don't
Well-
support them. It's just, why?
No,
They're
stop.
ju-
Well,
I support people, okay? And there, problem solved. You just say you support people. Not, and sorry, this is sounds
Yeah,
like I'm being
but, I
hostile
mean-
towards you, but no, it's not an excuse.
it is. I mean, you can argue that you're blue in the face. Come on.
No, it's not. It's not.
It is.
It's
It
an
is,
imagined.
though.
It's an imagined problem.
It's not. though.
Systemic racism in the United States was dead.
I'm not saying it's systemic. Black people can still deal with racism and it not be systemic.
Okay, we're gonna have a conversation here.
I am happy to have a conversation because I've seen blatant racism in my life.
Of course you will, and that's okay.
Well,
and that's okay
it's-
because that's
But
somebody's
it's
opinion.
not, though. You say it's okay because it doesn't affect you.
Okay, no.
But
no.
in the whole community
Racism
and
is an
culture-
opinion.
Okay.
Racism
Okay.
is an opinion. You don't have to agree with that opinion, but that person is free to have that opinion as long as they don't act on it. Okay.
They do act on it. If they didn't act on it, I wouldn't be able to visually see.
Then there
the
are
racism.
laws in place already for that. You're not allowed to discriminate. There are already laws in place. You don't have to make new ones.
Okay, but see, here's the thing. Even though there are laws in place, even though it's bad, we all understand it's bad, it still exists. So that's why it's the point to say it's okay to say you support a group of people that even though these things are wrong that are happening to them, and it is illegal, they should be punished if they do these things. It still happens, though. You can't ignore that it happens because you've seen it.
The flaw with that mindset is you're creating division. In your
I'm
attempt,
not.
in
I'm
your attempt to be,
accepting-
in your attempt to be magnanimous, you're creating division between you and another group of people. You're stating that there is a
But you're assuming
fundamental
that it
difference
doesn't.
between the two.
You're acting like it doesn't exist already.
No, I'm
though.
not. I've never said that. Of course it exists. It always has existed. It always will exist. People are different. People are going to hate things that are different. That's just the way people
Right.
are.
But people hating things that are different are also causing that conflict that you're saying that I'm trying to create because I say that I support people that have to deal with this shit that I wouldn't have to
No,
deal
what
with
I'm
because
saying
I'm
is
white.
stop referring to them as black people and just start referring to them as people. Stop creating the division by trying to make it better by pointing it out all the freaking time. Just stop talking.
Oh,
Morgan Freeman
that's
said it
just
best.
semantics,
Just
though.
stop
But you
talking.
know-
No, just stop talking about it, and it goes away. They're just people. When I was a kid, that
Doesn't,
didn't
though.
exist. You treated everybody as an individual. I mean, of course, you had
When
racist
you were a
individuals.
kid, black people down the street by ropes,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
commonly.
okay. Yeah, sure they were.
What do you mean? Okay, maybe it's a little bit more before your time. I might be making you seem a little bit older than you actually are, but these things happen. They exist. The black women would just get picked up on the street and just raped.
And so
by-
would white women. Okay.
Well,
Because they were
I
white.
know it had to refuse that there is hate towards a group of people.
No, I don't. I
because
never
it's-
said I did.
You're not letting me accept that there is hate towards a group of people.
What I'm
and
saying is
say
stop
that
pointing out
this
that there were a
is
group
wrong.
of people. You're not a black American. You're not a white American. You're not an Asian American. You're just a freaking American. Okay.
Okay, well,
Period.
great if everybody just said everybody is everybody.
But
Everybody
you can't
is people.
make
but
people. You can't
unfortunately-
legislate opinions. Okay. You can't force people through legislation to accept people that they don't like.
No
It
one's
doesn't
talking
work
about
that
that.
way.
right now.
But that's what everybody
We're
wants.
just talking about morality of the world.
There is
you
no
want people to
morality
stop
in the
talking about.
People
Okay,
are going to hate
well,
people. That's just the
there
way
should
people
be.
are.
Okay,
Yeah.
but if we can't talk about the people blatantly that are hating the people, why? Like, I don't understand how we can't talk about the other side as well. Like, it's just weird.
No, well, who said you can't? It's totally okay to say I think racism is bad and I don't like people who practice it. There's nothing wrong with
Okay,
that.
but the definition of racism is hating somebody that is different. So, by definition, you've grouped them by your hate, but I can't group them with my support.
Because I'm not grouping them based on something that's purely biological. I'm not grouping them because they have more melanin in their skin. I'm grouping them because of their ideology. Because ideologies lead to actions. Pigmentation doesn't lead to actions.
I agree with you. But I'm only saying,
You don't
unfortunately,
hate people, you hate ideas.
there's a lot of people that will hate people simply because of the differences of skin color, which is an issue that needs to be talked about. But you can also find differences within those people. Like, ideologies within that culture aren't the same across the board.
It is incredibly immoral to attempt to change somebody's thoughts. To try to force somebody to think a certain way. It is incredibly immoral. It's one of the worst things you can do. It's the basis of all totalitarian forms of government. To force people to think a certain way.
Then why do we try and teach our children to behave if it's okay just to act any way you want to? And
No, nobody said
wrong.
it's okay to act any way you want to. Nobody said that's okay. Society has rules, and you're expected to behave a certain way when you're taking part in society. You're talking apples and oranges here.
You're talking in simplest ways, and you're trying to.
In the United States, our society is comprised of
Make
people
it
of all
more
races,
complex than it
creeds,
needs to be.
backgrounds, whatever. Okay, that's just the way the United States is. It's not a homogenous nation, although, you know, whatever. But I'm not going to have that conversation now. It's not a homogenous nation. What everybody has in common is they're all Americans. Okay. That's your starting point. Everybody's an American. Now this guy over here thinks that guy's not an American because he has dark skin. So that guy's going against the societal rules. The rules that society has established. It's okay to be critical of that guy. But it's not okay to force that guy to think the way you do. You don't like the way he thinks, don't hire him for a job. You don't like the way he thinks, don't do business with that person. They are free to think the way they are. With
changing anybody and forcing people to think in a different way, but it's fine to point out people that think in a negative and necessarily almost brutal
but you
way.
Can't eradicate racism without controlling people's thoughts, without controlling people's minds, opinions, ideas. You can't.
Why can't you though?
Because
Explain
you can't. Because this guy feels this way. This guy's opinion
guy feels
is
this
that.
way because he was born to feel this way through environment and family teaching.
How are you going to change his mind? How are you going to force him to change his mind?
Well, you can't force that person to change their mind.
But that's what you're saying.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. I've not once ever said that I want people to force people to change their minds. I'm trying to bring out the open and the obvious. That's it. I didn't say anything about forcing anybody to change their minds.
Can't
I'm
eradicate
acknowledging the fact.
You
can't do it overnight, but you can accept the fact and acknowledgement that it is a paternal thing almost, where not paternal, I'm using the wrong word, where it's bred into you in a way.
Learned behavior. That's fine. But after a certain point, learned behavior becomes behavior. You have to own it. Once you become an adult, you own everything you do. You have to stop blaming your upbringing. You have to stop blaming your childhood. And you have to just own everything you do, which is the crux of all the problems right now, accountability. There are too many people that just aren't held accountable for their actions. Now, unfortunately, that's incredibly one-sided. Shit, why did I pull this guy?
I agree with you and what you're saying, but we can also probably agree too, just like you've mentioned to me before, that once you hit a certain age, you've pretty much gotten your personality.
Yeah. I mean, your personality is developed by the time you're 3 or 4 years old.
Right. So, I mean, once you've hit a certain age, however you usually view things is pretty prominent in your way. You can grow.
Yeah, but you can change your ideology.
Yes, you can. But those things still are embedded in you that you have to then fight and make sure that it doesn't exist. I mean, you see it.
Okay, well, let me ask you straight up then. Are you saying beyond a shadow of a doubt, you treat everybody exactly the same way?
Hell no.
Hell no, right. You treat people based on initial perceptions, based on skin color, based on nation of origin, a variety of factors. You treat people differently because they're different.
Right. Well, I grew up in a fear kind of based establishment.
Right. You understand that racism is bad, but you still engage in it.
I engage it equally to all race, though. Like, I can walk down the street and see a black, white, or Hispanic person in an iffy, sketchy situation that I'm not familiar with, and I'll still feel uncomfortable. But if, like, I'm walking down the street right now in my house in an area that I'm familiar with and saw a black guy, I'm not going to be threatened or fear that I'm going to get jumped or robbed or anything of that nature. Neither would I with the Mexican, white, or Hispanic person. I get what you're saying, but I'm just naturally in fear of myself in situations that I can't control.
So I'm missing a lot of the chat over here.
I know that I myself, and my upbringing, the area that I grew up in, there are tendencies in me that could be come off as racism. I actively try to not feed those.
Every single person on this planet is racist. Every single one of them. Because if you engage in any behavior with people of another race that you wouldn't normally engage in, that makes you racist. If you treat anybody differently than you would treat a member of your own race, you're racist. Even if it's being more polite, you're only being more polite to them because they're a different race. You're only being more kind to them because they're a different race. And that's the foundation of the whole BLM movement. They want more because they're black.
I feel like a lot of the issues that Black Lives Matter brings up could be represented in a non-racial way. Like, I mean, a lot of the problems are with police brutality, but that happens to people of all races. I mean, if you look at
and
these
it happens to all people
riots or
of
whatever,
other races more.
You see police brutality happening to white people. I've seen happen to white women. You know, cops shoving them to the ground to the point where these white girls are having like seizures and stuff, and they have to be taken to the hospital. So, I mean, it's just like a police brutality issue. I mean, there's some of these issues that do disproportionately affect black people, like the war on drugs or whatever. But if we just focus on that issue, you know,
how about
we
we
can help
focus on the
everybody.
cause of police brutality?
Yeah,
What
like,
is the
you
cause
know,
of
that
police
may be
brutality?
like the
It's most of the
police
time it's not.
unions are like preventing officers that are bad apples from being fired.
No,
something like that.
no, it's not that. I'm not even talking about that. How about we focus on when a cop is arresting you, don't start kicking and screaming and acting like a fool. You broke the law. They're here to take you in to face justice. Now, if you start acting a fool, they're going to kick your ass, plain and simple. You don't want your ass kicked, don't act like a fool. Because not only is it going to get your ass kicked now, but then you're going to face even more charges when you go to court. And that's the one thing that nobody mentions when all these police brutality cases. George Floyd acting like a complete freaking idiot in the backseat of that police car. A complete freaking idiot, kicking and screaming and hollering like an idiot. But that was police brutality. He was hopped up on so many freaking drugs it was ridiculous. But that was police brutality.
Well, I think
the one after that, the one.
I mean,
I
do agree with you, but I do think that the police officers should hold themselves to a higher standard.
No, they shouldn't. No, they shouldn't, because they're the ones whose lives are on the line. They're the ones who are going to get killed if they hold themselves to a higher standard.
I mean, not in the George Floyd instance because he was unarmed, but.
Using two on the nose examples. You've even seen yourself that there's examples of police brutality.
I'm not disputing that there aren't examples of police brutality. I'm just saying it's not a systemic problem. You have bad apples in every batch. You have bad engineers.
Problem, but it is a problem that needs to be addressed, and it doesn't necessarily have to go to the systemic route. But even just like we were talking about, do you want to say that some of these podunk cops don't have the bred capability of what we were just talking about, and then weren't intellectually sound enough to just make themselves better about that? It's a possibility. It's a possibility. Any of it's a possibility. But we've seen it too. But we've also seen the terrible examples of what you're talking about, like George Floyd. Like I was telling you before, I think our cops should probably be trained a little bit better.
Yeah.
I don't know necessarily how.
They'd need more funding, not defunding.
Yeah, I don't believe in defunding the police at all. Not at all. That's stupid. They're there supposed to be to protect us. We don't give them money to protect us. How are they going to protect us?
Which record, I think Biden said that in the debate. He said that he wasn't.
But like a buddy of mine to go become a cop, and his psychological exam was so stupid, so easy in a sense to become a cop. But like the whole like shooting and the deadly force aspect was more of a focus. And if you choose to be deadly, I guess be more accurate in deadly. Take out limbs, I guess. I don't know. But if they're criminals and they're coming at you like you're saying, then obviously you have no other option. Obviously. But an unarmed person that might have accidentally gotten blasted because of movements that spooked people. Those things are the iffy topics that we might have to talk about.
There was a case of legitimate police incompetence, police brutality, that happened not too long ago in Arizona. I think I linked it in the Discord.
You told me about this.
Yeah. Man and
Yeah,
a
this
woman
one's good.
playing a video game. Well, man and a woman causing a ruckus in their apartment. Okay. Sorry, I gave away the punchline.
Yeah, you did.
Neighbor calls the cops and reports a domestic disturbance. The cops show up. They knock on the guy's door, but then immediately step aside so they can't be seen through the peephole. Didn't identify themselves, didn't say police, open the door. They knocked on the door and then stepped aside. There was a cop on this side, a cop on this side. The way the door opened, the guy saw the cop on this side. Had a pistol in his hand because it's like 9, 10 o'clock at night and somebody's knocking on his door and they're not announcing themselves. So he has a pistol in his hand in Arizona, which is perfectly legal to do. The cop on this side says, put your gun down. The guy is moving to put his gun down. The cop on this side shoots him 6 times in the back. As he's complying with officers, gun is pointed in a safe direction. His hands are way out to his sides, not pointed towards anybody. Putting the gun down. Gets shot 6 times in the back. How many of you have heard of that case? How many of you? Not one, because it was a white guy. Yeah, it was a dumb cop. It was a legitimate case of police negligence, but nobody's heard about that, and that was legitimate. The guy just answered his door, and you know what him and his girlfriend were doing? Playing Crash freaking Bandicoot on their console.
Yeah, that goes to my point that saying that like this Black Lives Matter issue about police brutality. I mean, it does happen to people of all races, and it's an issue that we all face, and so we should all care about it.
You got to get the race out of the equation. Plain and simple. You can't keep pointing out the race, because that's just you're just constantly pointing out the differences. There can't be legislation for this group because they're black and that group because they're white. It has to be the same across the board. Otherwise, there's no point in this whole American experiment.
I completely agree with you on that stance.
So stop pointing it out. And that's the only point I'm trying to make here is start making it about black people and start making it about systemic problems in general.
Again, I point out that nobody has that brought up anything in the sense of saying that it's systemic. Nobody is pointing out that the government is racist in this. We're talking about individuals in individual situations.
I mean, black people are still
defund the police
systematically disadvantaged, from years of being systematically disadvantaged, due to slavery and all that. But I mean, yeah, as Bork says, I mean, there's no like policy specifically directed towards that race that we should be enacting.
There are. I mean, they might have been pushed out by now, but at least in the past, there have been things that have not necessarily by name.
And they were deemed unconstitutional, and they were removed from the law books. Anything that specifically dealt with the person simply because of how they looked or where they originated.
That's what I'm trying to say too, like the whole like ghetto building system, where it's like, oh, we're helping out poor people, but we all kind of know that it was a ploy to get poor, in most cases African American people, stuck into one area to start voting for a specific group of politicians, making it seem like we're trying to help you out and give you handouts, but really you're just kind of trapping them in a situation. I don't know how hardcore that is in place now in today's world, but that came out when all of like the whole crack era and the ghettos started popping up all over their
It started
New
with
York
the civil
City.
rights movement.
There you go.
This all started with the civil rights movement. It was a horrible, horrible thing. There's only one person that got it right, and again, you never hear about Huey P. Newton. He's the only one that got it right. Martin Luther King was a fraud. I will say that to my grave. He was a fraud. Bought and paid for. Fraud. Who, through his peaceful resistance, continually pointed out the differences instead of focusing on the similarities, on the commonalities. We're all Americans. That's all you need to focus on. We're all Americans. It doesn't matter.
I got
black,
a
Asian,
question.
it doesn't matter. What?
So, in the sense of how I would like it if everybody did go with how you're saying, nobody viewed race. And you really can't just change somebody's mind. But then how do you fight and prevent future racism if you don't acknowledge it to the people that are grouping the people? I don't know. Like that's the question that I'm trying to figure out, or at least the future as to how you stop that from happening.
It starts with just raising people right, raising your children right. So many of these things stem from just the continual breakdown of the nuclear family. Continual erosion of American values. I'm tired. My mind's jumbled.
I agree with you on that, though.
And one of the biggest consequences of the civil rights movement was the breakdown of the nuclear family in black communities. It was encouraged. There's a reason why abortion clinics were always put in the ghetto.
I think though, if we don't want to encourage like Black Lives Matter people from viewing stuff as like a systematic racism problem, then it doesn't really help to have people like Trump being asked on a debate stage, like, do you denounce white supremacy? And then he sort of like tries to dodge.
He said, sure. I mean, I don't know how much more clear. Do you denounce white nationalism? Sure. How much more clear can you get?
Well, I think the problem with Trump is that he doesn't just say sure, and I've heard him.
He couldn't say sure because he said sure, and then they said, "Do you denounce it? Do you denounce it?" They were badgering him on that subject. My God, it was embarrassing.
Well,
he said, "Sure, I could do that."
No, he just said sure. One word.
That.
One word. Sure.
He said more to it than that, though, because then he said the whole back up
because
and
after
whatever.
he said sure, the badgering kept continuing and going on. Do you denounce this? Do you denounce that? Not one person asked Joe Biden if he denounced the Black Lives Matter or the Antifa and their burning of freaking cities. Not one person asked him that. When he was directly confronted with, will you stack the freaking Supreme Court, flat out refused to answer. Not one person pursued him on that. But he has repeatedly denounced these organizations, these nationalists and whatever. Repeatedly.
I would have to look up that question, but I'm pretty sure he came up with an answer for that question.
He didn't answer it. There was no answer to it. He completely just ignored it.
I don't know. I'll have to look it up again. But I'm pretty sure, even though he might not have actually directly answered that question, he might have created his own question to answer. He went into some point about something after getting that question.
I mean, he just wasn't very strong about that answer. He could have been stronger.
Well, how many times do you have to say
a very
thing?
Strong person,
if I were to ask you 800 times a day, do you denounce white nationalism? Eventually, you're going to get tired of answering the freaking question, aren't you?
Well, it's pretty simple to answer. You just say yes.
And he has repeatedly, over and over and over again, until he's just sick of freaking saying yes, I denounce it. My God, go back and look at all the freaking times he's done it in the past. Every time he gives a speech, there's some reporter from CNN saying, do you denounce white nationalists? And yes, okay. For the third time this week, I denounce white nationalists.
Well, no, the problem is that he doesn't outright just came and
say. No, because the problem is nobody pays attention to what the fuck's going on. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit angry here. There's shit going on, and you can't base it on one freaking debate. You got to take everything in context and look at the historical history behind these things, instead of just taking all these isolated little sound bites and making legislation out of it.
I know what his stance is on this, so I'm not one saying that he is in support of the national white nationalists.
Watch it.
I've heard him say that he doesn't support these people. But what makes it so easy, and this is all I'm trying to point out, we live in a world in the media where they'll twist everything. What makes it so easy for them to keep repeatedly asking this question is that he doesn't just outright say, your question is stupid, yes, they are terrible people.
Look it up. Exactly. Look it up.
I have, and his secretary lady's literally gone over all of his tweets quoting them, and he doesn't directly say just, plain and simple, yes, stop it.
If he just said, yeah, I 100% denounce all white supremacy, there would never be an issue in the news media about him supporting white supremacy.
And if Joe Biden would say the same thing about Black Lives Matter, we could eliminate that threat immediately.
Right.
Nobody cares that he doesn't, though, and this is the hypocrisy here. It's okay to push him into saying one thing, but it's not okay to push him into saying the exact same thing.
Well, Black
Just
Lives
because
Matter
they're
isn't
black.
black
No, it's just because they're
supremacy.
black. That's the only reason. It's because they're black. It's okay to hate white people. It's okay to tar and feather them. It's okay to ridicule them. It's okay to ruin their lives, their jobs, their families. It's perfectly okay. But it's not okay to do that to black people. Why? Because they're black. No other reason. It's absolute bullshit. And if you continue down that line, you're just deluding yourself into thinking that you're right, because you're not. It's hypocrisy, plain and simple. You have to have the same rules across the freaking board. If he has to denounce white nationalism, Biden has to denounce Black Lives Matter.
It'd be great if he did.
Nobody's asking him to.
Really
And you see where the frustration comes in with people like me. Nobody's asking him to. He gets a free pass.
I don't think Biden's terrible though. Like, is he really a legitimate idea though?
No,
like,
he's an idiot. He's a
in my
bumbling
realistic
idiot.
thought process, if this actually went to a term, who really thinks Biden's going to win? So I get it, and like I've already said, I already understand what Trump's stance is on the thing, and he could avoid a lot more scrutiny.
You know what his stance on the thing is? He doesn't have a stance on the thing. He doesn't care.
Because
because it's a waste of time. It's not economical. It's not efficient. It's not practical to be a racist. Okay, it's just not. It's bad business.
I agree with you, but still, it's a simple question that can be answered simply. It's not.
And he has. He has.
And I'm
And
not
if you
saying that
say
he
he
hasn't,
hasn't, you're lying. I've seen him
I'm
do
not-
it. I've
I'm
heard
not
him do it
saying-
over and over and over
just
again, and I don't know how many press
3 or 4
conferences.
times that I agree with you that I've heard him denounce this.
Okay, then why are we having a conversation? He's denounced it. How many times do you have to ask him?
I'm just trying to point out something in the sense of his speech patterns and how people can so easily manipulate what he says. If he's surrounded in a room full of smart people, why is it so hard for them to just tell him, just say yes?
Because
Why
he's not
does he always have
surrounded
to
by
have all
a room
these
full of
fluff?
smart people. He's surrounded by a bunch of people with an agenda who are trying to trip him up into saying something he doesn't mean. That's why he's always on the defensive, because he's getting it from the press, he's getting it from the Democrats, he's getting it from the Republicans, he's getting it from everybody. Always on the defensive. When you're always on the defensive, you make mistakes. You say things you
This
don't
hasn't
necessarily
been a problem with any previous Republican president, though.
because
Only
no
with Trump.
other Republican president has faced the obstacles that he's faced. Never in the history of the presidency has a president had to jump through all the freaking hoops he has to do just to get out of bed in the morning without creating a national incident.
I mean, the hoop is just saying, I denounce white supremacy.
No, it's not just that, Thompson. It's not. It's the whole thing behind the people asking the question. And it's a question, and Jesus fucking Christ, it's a question he has answered I don't know how many times. Yes, I denounce it. There.
Is it okay and is it inappropriate to just expect somebody to learn how to communicate in a better way? That's basically all
It's
this
the way
whole
he
conversation.
communicates. It's the way he communicates. I'm sorry. Is it? How about Biden talking about random
I
shit
mean,
in the middle of a
would
sentence?
you answer the question the same way that he did?
Do I denounce white nationalism?
Yeah, I mean, that question. What would you say in a debate stage?
I don't know that I would straight out say I denounce it, because
That's
they have the
that's
right to their
terrible.
opinion. Do I agree with their opinion? No, I do not.
You
I don't
denounce
agree
it.
with their opinion.
By definition.
No, because by denouncing it, that means I'm condemning it. And by condemning it, that means I'm taking action against it. They are free to have their opinion, and that's the point I'm trying to make. People are
It
allowed to
doesn't,
have
though.
opinions. It's when they act on it that it becomes a problem. If I don't
Would
like...
you condemn Nazis?
Huh? No, I
You
don't.
can-
Because they had an opinion. Now, when they started acting on it, and
That's
that's a whole
some
that's a
opinion.
whole subject that I'm not even going to get into with you, because history's skewed on that subject. Okay, and it's going to be twisted because I've researched it significantly, excessively, because something was wrong with me. It sat wrong with me. So,
Isn't there a
no
line,
matter what I
though,
say,
where
you
like
have this
an
deeply
opinion
ingrained
crosses
view.
over into hate speech?
What's that?
Isn't there a line where opinion crosses over
Hate
into
speech
like,
is just speech.
Like if you're
Hate speech is
a
just
Nazi
speech.
and you
It's the First
believe that
Amendment.
all Jews should die,
You're
Isn't
allowed to
that
think
like
that.
hate speech?
You're allowed to think that. It's the First Amendment.
Shouldn't that
okay?
be condemned?
No. No, it should not, because they're entitled to their opinion, whether you agree with it or not. You don't just get to agree with the opinions you agree with. You don't just get to support the opinion. You have to support the ones you don't agree with, and that's where
these kind of things.
What?
Plain and simple. How can you change the future if you won't change these people from thinking these
you
hateful
can't
thoughts that
change
will eventually
because you're attempting to
act
do
on
it through
the
force.
No one's
Yes.
talking about force.
Okay, but the word condemn.
Stop
the
doing
word-
that.
All the word condemn means is express complete disapproval of.
Well, I just did that. I disapproved of that.
So
I don't
you
think that way.
disapprove of the opinion. That doesn't mean that you're saying that they can't have an opinion.
Because to
That
say
you're
I
not saying
condemn
something
them,
like anti-First Amendment. You're just saying I don't agree with that opinion.
when
That's
you're the
what
president of the
saying when
United
you
States and
condemn
you say you condemn someone, that means you have to take action against them.
Present though, you're putting that there.
No, I'm not.
Literally by definition.
Okay,
if you're saying,
you condemn them,
I,
then
as
shut
my
them down.
personal
Don't
values-
allow them to protest. Don't allow them to gather. Don't allow them to have their views. That's where it leads to, and that's the slip. That's what he's got to be on guard against, because it's not that easy. It's naive to think it's that easy, because the minute he says yes, then they're going to try to force his hand to take action against people's ideas.
And then he just counters it. He's the president of the United States. He has a backbone.
It's not that easy, Tommy. It's not.
Why is
Because
it?
he's
Why?
just the
How do you
president of the
know?
United States.
I want to know. Like, I get it. You have an opinion on this matter, but you've never been a president. So how do you know? How do you know how hard it is for him to take a stance on something and say, I don't approve of this, but I'm not going to force my hand and change their freedoms?
I mean, I think that's the easiest stance to take as a president. Like every other president in history has taken that stance. It can't be that hard, right?
What stance?
Say that I disapprove, I condemn white supremacy. Like every other president has said that, I'm sure.
Half of them were probably
they
even white
haven't.
supremacists.
Not even Lincoln said that. Not even Lincoln said that. Lincoln didn't care. Keep him free and send him back to Africa. I don't care. The South is not leaving the Union. That was his opinion on the situation.
We got kind of out of track in the point
Yeah,
of the conversation.
we did.
But I think it's just like, if he had somebody teaching him to say things in a better way, none of these problems would even exist. None of them would even exist. I don't know if it's like you say that he has people in his corner that are just purposely out of his way to screw him over. But if that's the case, then why the hell are they even in his corner? He has the ability to pick who he wants with him.
Sorry, I was reading chat and I missed something that you said.
Like
I mean, like Biden now is like up like 8 points nationally in all the polls, and he's way ahead in the electoral map, and it's because of issues like this. So like, he's losing because of that.
simple communication.
In this time in 2016, Hillary was ahead by 94%. Polls lie.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it's still something that you can take as a stance.
When I go out on the street, I see a lot of support. I see a lot of support, and I don't even like him. Okay, I want to make that clear right now. I'm not defending him because I'm a Trump zealot. I'm defending him because somebody has to, and not that I'm like the defender of the misaligned, but I don't want to have to defend him. But the deck is so heavily stacked against him that he can't say anything without it being twisted and skewed and manipulated by a very hostile press. Don't say they're not.
No, they are. This is the most ridiculous press that I've ever seen in a presidential election. But again, it's just a bunch of catty bitches in the corner talking about some shit and making up lies that a lot of people understand.
Who are convincing a lot of other people to think that way. And that's the
we are
dangerous part.
I mean, my dad is like a super Trump zealot, and even he was like, "Oh man, he shouldn't have said that to that question about white supremacy." Right? So you're like almost losing his vote with that question, with that answer.
Nothing wrong with, and this is what I've always said to you from the very beginning with Trump, is I think I could probably like Trump if he just chose to communicate in a better way.
That's the way he talks.
But
It's
that
just the
doesn't
way he
mean
talks.
that it's an abrasive way of communicating with people.
It's what got him elected.
What got him elected is hype and publicity.
And who generates more hype than Trump?
still,
on,
that doesn't.
he's been a showman his
But that's
entire
not a
life.
value of character by any means. He got elected because he's the "you're fired" guy. Like, what do you mean? He was on WWE. Like, he's his
hype.
celebrity.
And he was also the man who built casinos and hotels and
Right.
hyped people into getting there and hyped brands, put his name on things just so that people would buy them. It's hype. He does hype. Okay, it's
Well,
what
hype
he
doesn't
does.
communicate well, and it allows people to twist your words around very easily. And when you're as scrutinized as a politician is, you got to be careful. You're not a businessman anymore. You're a politician.
No, he's still a
You can't-
businessman, and that's the problem. We have
No,
politicians.
he's not. Sorry, but he's our president. By definition, he's a politician. Right now, currently, that is his job title. He's a politician.
And the other thing that bothered me, probably the bigger thing, is when he said that, when he dodged the question of saying like that I will concede the election if Biden wins. Like, he didn't say that, and that's like an American, trademark that you like. Every president says that they'll concede to the victor of the election
In a legitimate
Otherwise,
election,
like,
absolutely.
It's kind of like that's like almost a fascist thing to say if you don't say that.
What kind of fool would concede an election that they know has been corrupted? What kind of fool would do that? What kind of cuck would do that?
First off, I would like to see in complete detail every fact and example as to how they've proven that it's fraud. Instead of just no, we haven't. We found a couple of states that have mail-in ballots where somebody's dumped a can of ballots. That's about the extent of the fraud that we've experienced currently right now. The past fraud.
Look up Ilhan Omar and the bullshit that she's pulling to keep her campaign or her seat. You want to talk about freaking corruption? She has people in cars going to people's houses and offering them $200 for their vote.
But I want to see this.
It's Project Veritas. Look it up. They just posted about it. Okay, you want to talk about corruption? That is blatant corruption. He is going.
That is blatant corruption.
Yes.
Okay. If I can see, that's all I'm trying to say.
Now, if it can happen there, what's so hard to believe that it can happen elsewhere?
It's not hard, and I'm not saying that it's not hard to believe.
And
but
you get 1,000 votes here, you get 20.
Listen, listen.
Fascist in history is going to say that the election process is corrupted. I mean, there's a process to go through to deal with that. But you have to say, whatever the results are, I'm going to accept it.
Whatever the results
are. Even if you believe that they're not legitimate, I mean, that's the way that we should be. Otherwise, we're fascists.
Whatever the results are, but the results have to be legitimate results.
I agree with you.
They can't be fraudulent results, because that means somebody stole the White House.
But that's for like a third party to determine, not Trump.
Well, yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, no shit. It's not like Trump's going to go out and count every freaking vote himself. A third party's going to say, nope, everything was fine.
So,
and then he's going to say, okay, Joe Biden's
party
president.
Agrees that this is, legitimate, then I will concede to that. Like, that would be good enough. But it's just like, no, it's up to Trump's standard. If Trump believes that the election is not legitimate, then he's not going to step down.
Oh, man.
Words.
I'll be right back. I need a coffee. All right, we're back. Excuse me. What were we talking about?
1 second. I had to get myself right.
I've gotten very angry lately because of this kind of talk, this kind of lowering the bar. It's okay to hammer on Trump as much as you want to because it's Trump. It's okay to hammer on white people as much as you want to because they're white people. And to excuse bad behavior simply because of race is not acceptable. Should not be acceptable.
I think everybody here, with what you just said, would agree with you. And I don't think anybody's tried to prove those points valid at all during any of this. But there are obvious problems that need
I missed what you said.
I am going to say this. If you're going to have this conversation, do the research. And do it deep. If this is a legitimate conversation that you want to have, you have to do the research, and you have to do deep research. You can't just freaking read the headlines from CNN. You can't.
That's
you
kind
have
of
to
an
read the
insulting
case
thing
study.
to say to people.
No,
like, it is, because you have no clue what other people have looked into.
No, I wasn't implying anything. I'm just saying if you're going to do this, you have to do the research. And the research will show this to be true. The research will show there has been blatant corruption in this election cycle already. Blatant. On the street, dashboard full of freaking election forms being taken door to door. Check here.
I mean, I'll look it up more because I have looked this up, and just like I gave you the examples of the 4 mail-in ballot states that we have, and the handful of ballots that have been tossed to the side, and a case of military ballots that have been tossed to the side, as the main thing that I've heard of so far. So what you're talking about is something that I haven't heard of yet, which I will look into. But until complete facts are actually presented and openness, you know what I mean? We live in a world where you can't even trust the media. So how can you have a favorite source or a source to look at?
Because you don't go to the media.
I know, but anything you go to online that is giving a news source is technically considered media. So how can you really accept them to be factual when you won't accept some other smaller...
Here's an example. Okay. I'll give you a couple. If you want information on the coronavirus that's currently plaguing the nation, where are you going to go? You're going to look up on the American...
not CDC anymore.
You're going to look up on the American Medical Association website to see what exactly the virus is for starters. Okay, that's your starting point. What exactly is the coronavirus? It's a common cold virus. You can look that up. Okay, we got that. Chest cold. Okay, if you want to be more specific, it's a chest cold. Now, who are you going to take advice from? The one with a vested interest or the one without? If you have 800 doctors saying this is being way overblown and poorly handled, and you have Fauci saying this is what you have to do, they don't have a vested interest. He does. Who are you going to listen to?
But there's also other doctors out there that are acknowledging this being something. Maybe not even as much as what you're saying.
They're acknowledging that it is in fact a real virus. Period.
Herman Cain died.
Huh?
Herman Cain.
When?
You didn't know that?
Oh, you mean a while back? Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah. He died from coronavirus.
Sure he did. And that guy who wrecked his motorcycle down in Florida died of the coronavirus too. And the guy who blew his head off with the shotgun died of the coronavirus too.
Come on, that's
the
insulting.
CDC came out themselves and said that 94% of the cases of coronavirus deaths had comorbidities of at least 2 or more. 94%. They didn't get killed by the coronavirus. They got killed by something else. The coronavirus just tipped them over the edge.
Oh, we're fighting a mob here, by the way.
But
I don't even care
I
about
just
fighting anymore.
like to on that point, because I've heard that point so many times. But then, would they have died if they didn't get the coronavirus?
They would have
So
died if they got the
technically,
flu.
isn't that the cause? They would have died at some point, but would they have died at that moment? That's the question to ask.
Okay,
though.
that's why I point you back to the American Medical Association website definition of the coronavirus, a common cold virus. They would have gotten it if they'd gotten the flu. They would have gotten it if they've gotten a cold. They would have gotten it somehow.
One friend almost died from COVID.
Oh, sure, I'm sure.
Asthma. He was he's a huge Trump supporter, but he had, asthma, which is a comorbidity. So
it's a respiratory. It's a chest cold.
Yeah, he was on oxygen for quite a while.
The treatment that they were using when this all broke out with the respirators or the ventilators, the exact worst treatment you can use because the lungs are already under pressure from buildup of fluids. So what are you going to do? Pump them full of oxygen.
Okay, but like I have an immune problem myself. I have not so great of lungs myself. I have pre-existing conditions that would make it if I was to catch COVID, supposedly I would have a problem. But you saying it's a common cold won't kill me. I've gotten the common cold plenty of times.
You know how long they've studied the coronavirus? They've been studying it since the 1970s.
You're not acknowledging my fact.
No, I'm clarifying what it is that you're actually saying. That it's not a common cold virus. It is a common cold virus. They've been studying it since the 70s. It's a strain of a common cold virus. Okay, I'll give you that.
Okay, well, when you're underplaying it by using the term common cold, what we would accept, because the coronavirus isn't our common cold.
Most people have coronavirus antibodies in their system because most people have gotten it at least 3 times in their life.
Okay, but again, still, if I was to get corona, supposedly I could die with my weakened immune system and my pre-existing conditions. But if I was to get the cold that we would normally get around here, I would not die.
But
That's still the fact that I'm making.
How do you know that you would die of the coronavirus unless you got the coronavirus?
I'm doing air quotes when I say that. Supposedly is also what I said as well. Supposedly, if I was to get the coronavirus, I would die because it's supposed to people with pre-existing conditions affect more. It seems to have done that in some cases. You can look at cases, people with pre-existing conditions, with usually lung pre-existing conditions, happen to have died while contracting COVID. I don't know the real numbers because I looked at the World Health Is it the World Health Organization?
The CDC posted these numbers that 94% of the cases of coronavirus deaths had 2 or more comorbidities. 94%. COPD, whatever, compromised immune systems, whatever. 2 or more.
I mean, this
That's
is
not
like
the coronavirus killing them.
Like the Spanish flu killed a lot of people in 1919 or whatever.
There are some that are legitimate, and I'm not disputing that. This ain't one of them.
But this is a new kind of virus, right? It may be the same kind of it looks like it's a coronavirus because it looks like
it's just a different strain. Right? That's all.
Yeah, I mean it falls under that category, but that doesn't mean that it's not a dangerous virus that you don't want to get. Because I mean, people don't have immune systems. We don't have herd immunity to it yet. So I mean, there's 200,000 dead in America alone.
Yeah, that's a shocking number. Even if that's inflated.
Now look up the number of flu deaths in America in the same time period. Good luck finding them.
I mean, I have looked up the flus, and I don't know if it's actual factual information, but I've looked it up from the site that it should be providing actual factual information. It's like less than 100,000 people in a year in America. 2018 to 2019 died from the flu.
I mean, and versus like the cases of people that have coronavirus versus the mortality rate versus the flu.
And we haven't even had corona for an entire year yet.
50 times more deadly than the flu, I think that was the number.
Sure.
If
arguing with you. I'm just tired of arguing with you.
But but why can't you just accept that as a
Because
possibility?
it's wrong. It's false. It's false
How
information.
do you
It's
know?
false data. Because
you
I looked
didn't
it
do
up.
the
I
research.
researched
You're
it.
listening to the research of other people that could be lying. I've looked up the research myself, saying that the flu has killed less than 100,000 people. I literally looked that up and told you
This year? This year?
You're telling me if
Okay, now go back to
between
next.
2018
No.
and 2019.
What's that? I didn't hear what you
I
said.
literally just said between 2018 and 2019, the deaths to the flu were less than 100,000. But then I again said it's from a source that's supposed to be factual, but it seems like it may not be. What is it? The CDC or the World Health Organization? One of the two.
Yeah.
I think it's the World Health Organization that I looked it up. But one of those. But they should be providing factual information. But we've also seen with COVID that these same people will kind of inflate the COVID numbers with, like you said, the motorcycle guy. Because I've heard that, and I accept that as fact because I've seen that as fact. So I know that they do that, and I don't think. I mean, at least I'm not denying that they do that. But if the number is still inflated for the flu, or if the number is more accurate for the flu, less than 100,000. The number currently, and it hasn't even been a full year yet for COVID, is around 200,000. We're mostly agreeing that it's probably an inflated number. We can't say for absolute. No one can.
Thompson Math Wizard. Oh, what's 96% of the 200,000, or 94% of the 200,000? And this is according to the CDC. This isn't me. 200,000 COVID deaths. What's 94% of that?
188,000.
188,000 with 2 or more comorbidities. That's not me. That's not me. Or that's
these people with the flu
themselves.
had nope. If what you're trying to say,
that could be like being overweight, though, which Trump is, and like a vast proportion of Americans are.
If you're trying to say that these people's deaths because they had pre-existing conditions shouldn't count, the number I gave you for flu was the number for people that also had pre-existing conditions.
It's intentionally deceptive. They're creating panic. They're creating fear.
Oh, I don't disagree with you. The media definitely does, but you can still take the numbers that are provided. Okay, like you're saying, so only 20 some odd thousand people died that were healthy. That's roughly what we're coming to the idea with that. Only 20 some odd thousand people that were actually healthy, had no pre-existing conditions, died from COVID. The rest of them had pre-existing conditions. That's about 200,000 people that you can, without trying to argue it, if you were just to try and make a simple math problem, you can group those people together for that, just like you did with the number that I gave you for less than 100,000. It's roughly about 80,000 for the flu deaths. Those people are also people that were marked as people with pre-existing conditions. So the number that I'm giving you is also acknowledging the fact that these people also had pre-existing conditions.
Okay.
That's a hell of an increase.
We generally have between 100 and 200,000 deaths a year due to the flu. On average. There are spikes, there are drops, but on average, around that number. But we'll say 150,000.
Okay.
Okay. Now, there's been a general decline in American health over the years, so you're going to start seeing more. You're going to start seeing more comorbidity. You're going to start seeing, I hate that freaking word. You're going to start seeing...
What is that word? Because if you're going to say it, I want to understand what it is.
It just means they have other conditions.
Oh, okay. Pre-existing
which,
condition.
yeah.
Okay.
And then,
pre-existing.
Then this comes along and pushes them over the edge. They're already on death's door, and then they get a cold and they die.
You got to look into that more detailed because I'm not on death's door. But
and chances are, if you
these social distancing measures also work against the flu as well. I mean,
wrong.
Basically, we just
wrong.
double.
You're so wrong.
What? I mean, standing 6 feet away from people.
No, it's the worst thing you can do.
Things.
Separating people during an epidemic is the worst thing you can do. You separate the sick. You don't separate the healthy. If you're sick, you get separated. If you're healthy, you're allowed to continue life as you should, because that's where your herd immunity comes from.
Yeah, I'm kind of point on that as well. You don't become immune to something if you stay away from it.
Your immune system drops when you start separating yourselves from other humans because you're not constantly battling the bacteria and viruses that are being shared back and forth every freaking day of your life. If you're a shut-in, you're more likely to get sick than somebody who spends a lot of time around people. And that's simply because you're not being exposed to those harmful things that your body then has to build up antibodies for, which people do every day. Part of your immune system is other people.
That's why it's good for you to eat dirt as a kid.
Right. When you separate everybody, when you start forcing everybody to stay home, you're lowering everybody's immune system. So that when you do finally lift the restrictions and everybody's allowed to go out in public, here you got a bunch of freaking weak immune systems suddenly going out amongst one another and sharing plagues left and right. And everybody starts dying. You start seeing a massive spike in numbers. And not just from the COVIDs, but from everything.
Well, if we have to wear masks, and if the masks could potentially supposedly fix with the flu, then why the hell do we have to get flu shots?
You shouldn't.
I don't get flu shots. I saw that. I saw that as a meme. I've never once.
It reminds me of that George Carlin joke where he was talking about when he was growing up, he used to swim in the Hudson River, which was filled with toxic sewage, and they never got sick because they were always swimming in toxic sewage.
And that doesn't guarantee you protection from it. It just increases your resistance to it. You're never fully protected from anything. And if you're weakened in other ways, you know, you're asthmatic, you're overweight, you're whatever, you have the AIDS, then you're going to be at higher risk of succumbing to these random things that go up, that pop up in the world. It's the same deal with the COVIDs. Steve ate some oranges. It's good protein. And we're completely off. Man, we just went all over the place.
I have a concern only in one stance, that if COVID is as potentially harmful as it can be. Now, I'm not saying that the numbers are right. I'm just saying that if you were to contract COVID, how hard would it really hurt you? How hard would it hit you? We haven't even hit in cold season yet.
I've had 3 of my regulars test positive. Wouldn't know it. Your aunt, my Brenda, tested positive. Not one sniffle. That's not to say that people can't get sick from it. I'm not implying
Trump's
that.
not doing good.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of asymptomatic cases, which is why.
Yeah, kids.
That whole thing about separating the infected from the healthy. I mean, you don't know who's healthy and who's infected.
No,
in this
you don't.
case.
You don't. But you can't take away people's civil liberties because you're afraid they
No.
might have the coof.
Yeah, you can't do that.
But that's what they're doing.
Well, yeah, I know that's what they're doing, and it's not something that I've ever agreed upon or agreed with, in the sense of this whole everybody staying away. Like, my summer sucked. It's a terrible summer. Not that like I'm trying to be selfish about my summer and I had to stay away from people because of COVID. But
I mean, this is like a new situation, and they're all kind of like freaking out over it and trying to figure out what's going to work. And so I think like initially maybe they're going overboard with it. They figure out like what's going to be like really effective without stepping on people's rights.
Here's some tinfoil hat stuff for you. All right. Companies that are working on vaccines for the COVIDs, the COOPs, are supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, of which Fauci is a board member. If they are able to push this through and force Western countries to mandate vaccinations, they stand to make $7 trillion off the deal.
I can believe you on something like that. I would never in my life ever I would even fight it if it was mandated. Allow somebody to give me something I refuse, in the sense of a vaccination. I mean, if it's like polio or some shit like that, but like, I'm too concerned anymore that they're putting like chips in you.
Well,
You know what I mean?
My concern isn't so much that. My concern is everybody's taking medical advice from a college dropout software engineer.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the COVID vaccine.
More power to you.
I mean, I don't want to get COVID.
Okay.
I don't want it to be bad.
That just means it works.
I don't know what it'll
It just
do.
means what they're doing is
I would
working.
rather have the vaccine. Yeah.
Okay, now I want you to go and read some of the case studies on the vaccination testing that they've done in India and sub-Saharan Africa, African nations. I don't remember exactly which ones. The tens of thousands of kids that were permanently paralyzed as a result of these vaccines. And these are from the World Health Organization apology letters. Okay, this isn't like some anti-vaxxer group.
Sorry we crippled you.
Yeah, literally, that's what they said. Oh, sorry, we killed 8,000 kids last year. Our bad. Oops. It was basically the extent of it. But they openly.
Did that happen immediately?
What's that?
Like after they took the vaccine, was it like immediately?
It was directly attributed to the vaccine. There were tens of thousands of kids that were permanently paralyzed. In
What did
India.
it do? Like nerve damage or some shit?
It's something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was. It attacked their central nervous system.
Well, you could always like wait a month and then get the vaccine, right?
You see if everybody else starts dying.
Someone else can be the guinea pig.
There you go. What you need to do is stand in your local COVID vaccine area, wait for at least 1,000 people to have gone in and got their COVID test. Get every single one of their addresses, check up on them for a week. If they don't die, you're good.
Has the stream been shut down or demonetized yet? Can
No.
you still see me on YouTube?
Well, Trump's doing an experimental treatment right now. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I saw that too.
And multiple doctors have come forward and said that the best treatment for the COVIDs, zinc and vitamin C. And if you want to do
That's that hydroxy blah 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 blah.
No, they were doing erroneous
Hydroxychloroquine.
hydroxychloroquine. Yeah. They were using extreme doses of hydroxychloroquine in all their studies, and the only purpose behind the hydroxychloroquine in this particular case is to supplement the zinc. It's supposed to be small doses of hydroxychloroquine along with zinc and vitamin C, and the hydroxychloroquine makes the zinc be more effective.
Oh, but they were hyping it up.
You're supposed to give them like 25 milligrams, not 250. I don't know what the exact dosage is. It's just,
Yo, getting too much of something. I got whey poisoning once because I'm supposed to take selenium, and I didn't get like organic selenium. I got it like with the whey filler, and the amount of selenium that I was supposed to put in my body to counteract what I have, or at least to try and help me out better, I got whey poisoning from it.
Little Miss Muffet.
Yeah, it sucked.
Do you guys take supplements?
Mm-hmm.
I take a multivitamin and fish oil. That's it. That's what I take.
Oh, I can't stand fish oil.
I just drink coffee.
These days I have an enteric coating or whatever, so you don't get like the fish burps.
Oh, okay.
And it takes Labs fish oil, and then men's some vitamin, Garden of Life vitamin, I think it is. It's got like a probiotic and fruit vegetable blend thing.
Oh,
It's
you're
pretty good.
yelling too loud.
Yeah, yeah, probably will. Okay, I'll be right back. Girlfriend woke up. I'm gonna see her back to bed. Alright, we're back. Muted? I'm still muted. There we go. Alright, we're back. Shit, what the hell did I do? I clicked on stuff. Alright. Sorry about that.
Kellyanne Conway's got it now.
Oh, good.
Like I said, ain't none of these people have COVID. All right, you know what? Tinfoil hat, I'm pulling it right now. They're just partying in the vault or something.
Probably.
And they're just hanging out, being like, fuck it, let's just take a vacay. Step away.
None of which was the point I was trying to make. That whole COVID conversation. I was just trying to point out to the research. When you go down that rabbit hole, you're surprised at what you find.
I get scared of going down rabbit holes because there's truths sprinkled throughout a bunch of
You have to consider your sources.
fluff.
That's
Well,
all.
right, but my concern too is I'm 32 years old. I've been around on the internet for a while, but I still don't even trust what could be considered a good source because yes, you can find something factual on that source, but you could probably also find something that wasn't 100% factual. That's what happens in art. It's so hard to find something that is just so on the nose truthful.
Look for agendas. Do they have any reason to lie? Do they stand to gain from a lie? Then you immediately discount that source. Even if it is factual, you just immediately discount it because they have a vested interest.
Fox News.
Yeah, but
Any of
see,
them,
what
any
I
of the
want to
news.
point out is like, I just want facts.
Oh, you got a Saranac and Blazing Tavern.
Could somebody have a vested interest in this? Yes, but could somebody that has a vested interest that is just doing this actually because they're honest and they actually care? Is that possible? That's also possible. It's highly unlikely,
Very unlikely. Yeah.
but it's possible. I don't like dealing when it comes to these kind of things is the possible. I wish somebody would just be like, you want some info? Bam! This is exactly what you're looking for.
That's too easy.
That's so hard to find. There's too much reading between the lines and interpreting, and you can easily misinterpret something just by the way somebody words something.
Orc, I was wondering, what would you think if if Trump were to die from COVID?
Ooh, be careful about how you answer that, or you will get booted.
Excuse me. Sorry. Burping. How would I feel? I would want to see a very detailed medical analysis of what exactly killed him. And if it was in fact that, then he was a statistical outlier.
Well, he's got pre-existing conditions. He's old.
I don't know. He's pretty healthy. I mean, even though he is overweight.
Well, he's old and overweight. That's two
Yeah.
comorbidities.
Yeah.
So
it's possible. I don't know if he has a history of respiratory issues. I don't think so.
He dealt with building buildings his entire life, so it's very plausible that he has lung problems. He was on ground zero on 9/11 with all that smog, lung problems. It's a possibility.
Yeah,
He might not be as healthy as you think he is.
He may not. It's not going to change my mind.
No. I'm just trying to.
Yeah.
He might actually not be that healthy, so it could actually.
I mean, he's given
It could
a
actually.
glowing bill of health by the official White House doctor, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
That's like an athlete getting a glowing bill of health just to get in the game, but he actually has 4 different types of steroids in his ass.
Yeah.
People lie too damn much in this country, and that's the overall problem.
No.
Damn it.
Well,
I mean, Herman Cain was only a year younger than Trump.
age isn't real. Age is only relevant if there's a family history of early deaths. If Herman Cain, for example, came from a family that lived well into their 90s, didn't have any history of other issues. I don't even know where I was going with that. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Plus, Graffius lived forever.
Yeah. grandmother, 96 years old, still going strong. Still smokes cigarettes as often as she can, as often as I'll let her.
But on my other side of the family, we don't live that long.
Yeah, no.
So I got to medium it out.
Well,
The problem seems to be more with COVID seems to increase clotting, which the flu doesn't do, or maybe it does. I don't know, but it's a big problem with COVID. So, and he just recently had like a heart issue. I mean, it wasn't as like he didn't get like a stent put in like Bernie Sanders or anything, but he was rushed to a hospital for it. So, I mean, it could be possible that he could have some sort of
what would even
clotting
happen?
issue.
It's absolutely possible.
But then, yeah, I mean, he's surrounded by the best medical team on Earth, probably. So
yeah, they're not
probably
gonna
get a step put in or
they can
something.
keep Ginsburg alive. They
But
can
if he
keep him
gets
alive.
like a clot in the brain, there's nothing much they can do because that kills you pretty much immediately.
Yeah.
What would even happen though? Like if this was to be worst case scenario, I get Pence would take over until the end of the term,
Right.
but Pence wouldn't then take over as the person running for president.
I don't see
There
why
just
not.
wouldn't be a Republican president.
He would just
nominee.
have to choose a new vice president.
Oh, so
I think he would be running, wouldn't he?
Well, he's already running.
Andrew?
He's already.
I thought
running. He's
well,
just running.
he's running as the VP. I don't know how the legal law really works out in that. How that would. I know he would take over as president if the president was to not be here anymore during the term. But wouldn't just Trump's just whole party just be like, oh well, it's kind of like he withheld or withdrew from the debates?
No,
Or
'cause
I think it's on Reddit. Someone was talking about like their betting website or something that was saying like Mike Pence winning the election was like 150 to 1 or something, and now it's down to 18 to 1 since the COVID news broke.
You're not voting for the president. You're voting for the president and the vice president.
okay, well, yeah, that's true. So what? Then we'd have to find a replacement
Pence would
president,
just
or
step
Pence
in.
would step up as the president.
Pence would
Fine.
become the candidate for. Well, at first he would become the president, and then he would also step in as the candidate for the Republican Party.
Damn. So this is going to be a fucked up
And
thing to say.
I don't
So
see
even
that's
with
a
the
bad
death
thing,
of
'cause
a
I like
Republican
Pence.
president, the Libertarians still have no chance of becoming.
This could actually be one of the best
Not going to go to
elections.
Gary Johnson.
No, he's not even running. They drummed him out.
No,
Quackpot.
it's Joe Jorgensen now.
Yeah,
But this would be
Spike Cohen.
Yo, Spike is funny as shit. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, I don't know
My friends
if
interviewed him on their
I don't know how
podcast.
intellectual he really is, because it could just be memorized things, but he seems like a smart guy, but he's funny as shit.
Yeah. Well, he was sort of the vice candidate to that Vermin Supreme guy, you know, the guy with the boot on his head.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then now I guess he's just the Joe Jorgensen's VP, but yeah. It's pretty funny.
I'm happy to see that the Libertarian Party actually got quite a rise this run. I mean, they're not going to win, but
this is a chance for
The most
third
serious
parties.
they were was like when Ron Paul was running.
they've exceeded that though. This one, they are on every single state to be able to be voted in. Like she should be in the debates respectively.
Now,
I guess in that way I don't know if Ron Paul was on every.
if true legitimate
poll.
Democrats were smart this election cycle, legitimate Democrats, not these progressive nut jobs that are taking over the party. Why the hell am I not hitting this freaking thing?
I know, I wasn't either.
Oh, that's not even swinging. There we go. They would back one of these third-party candidates instead of, the doddering old. Biden's not going to make it through his first year as president. He's not. He's either going to be deemed unfit or he's going to die. Which means Kamala Harris. Lock up the blackies, Kamala Harris. Yeah. You want to talk about racist?
I'm surprised she's even in it. I mean, I understand why she is. If it's all really just a game and tricks and deception.
Well, yeah. Bill Biden is 3 years older than Trump, even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to tickle an
I mean, he
idiot.
could maybe get coronavirus next, and then
Oh, he's
possible
already
that both him and Trump die. That'd be crazy.
he's already blasting out that they don't have it. Him and Jill are perfectly fine.
I just find it's kind of convenient that he suddenly comes down with it now. That's whatever.
Well, they're
tinfoil
trying to
hat
say it
stuff,
came
but-
from his one rally, because a lot of people that went to this one rally are the people that have gotten it, and there was a lot of people from that rally because that around that area there was a spike in COVID. So somebody there at the rally either had it and just kept just coughing and yelling and screaming all over everybody and just kept getting passed around, or it was a bio attack and there was somebody in there just purposely trying to pass COVID around.
My tinfoil hat side thinks that this whole COVID thing was just a test by the Chinese government to see what would happen. It put out a relatively harmless virus and just let it spread and see what happens. And then, maybe we can do something bigger in the future. But this is our testing ground.
I could believe you because the COVID kind of thing has been around in that area since like the early 2000s.
Now that's,
Like, it's been-
of course, tinfoil hat stuff, but
I just watched it was 2013 or something like that. They had I think I told you about this. There was a TV show based in China that was talking about using the Wuhan virus as a chemical weapon to attack something or another. I don't remember if it was actually saying America or it was saying some other place, but they were literally saying to use the Wuhan virus this was back in 2013 on a TV show that only Chinese people would be able to watch, like a Chinese soap opera.
oh yeah,
It's crazy.
yeah.
But then it comes over here, and maybe if it's because it's more of a Chinese problem in the sense of a sickness, right? If I understand it correctly,
Oh,
I get that COVID can be everywhere, but the Wuhan version that seems to be hitting everything is based from China.
All right, here's another problem with the whole COVID scare. Is they're not testing for COVID-19 specifically. They're testing for COVID antibodies.
Right.
There are several different strains of the COVID virus, the coronavirus. And they've been studying the coronavirus for decades, since the 70s. 76, I think, is when they began studying it. It's been around. Most people have antibodies in their system for that family of viruses. The COVID viruses, coronavirus, whatever the hell so when they test for somebody, they're not testing for that specific strain. They're just testing for the general shared genomes amongst the whole entire chain or range of coronaviruses. And that's another flaw in the system. And the person who created the test told them specifically, you're not going to be able to test specifically for COVID-19. You're just going to be able to check for antibodies to coronaviruses in general. Many of which are completely harmless. Oh, that's funny.
You do take vaccines though, Hork, right?
No.
Polio vaccine.
Oh
and
yeah,
stuff.
well the killers.
Yeah.
Not measles, not mumps, not chickenpox. Polio, absolutely, it's a killer. I'm
better
not an
take that
anti-vaxxer
chickenpox.
by any stretch of the imagination. I don't want to imply that I am.
Have you ever gotten the chickenpox?
Yeah, I've had them all.
Oh, well, then you don't need to worry about getting the chickenpox vaccine then.
Right, but
like tetanus,
well, yeah, you gotta get tetanus. They'll kill you.
and then you get like the boosters every 4 years.
Yeah, but they've been proven to kill you. And I get a booster like once every 20 years.
You're not anti-vax.
No, I'm not. I've never been anti-vax. In fact, I just got my tetanus updated a few weeks ago because she needed to boost her numbers, or a few months ago. At work, at the pharmacies, they need to boost their vaccination numbers, so I agreed to go in and get a tetanus
Yeah, there's
shot.
some people that won't take any vaccine. It's crazy.
And that's why they get polio.
Yeah.
Do you hear about the
And
cases
they're in
of
iron
people?
lung.
They should
like-
have the choice to do so. And really, all
I
my-
don't know about that.
Yeah, no. No. Again,
What the heavy,
I mean,
heavy
if-
contagious
they should have
ones?
the
The
choice to-
heavy contagious ones?
It is a contagious. I mean, polio is contagious.
okay,
right?
and then when they
So
contract
Yeah,
it, you
you
isolate.
There- I
refuse
mean,
to
they-
get it, and you can pass.
They
Okay,
should-
there you
kind
go.
of does
Yeah.
put other people at risk.
Yeah, I don't want to catch polio
Life
because
is
you
risk.
refuse to take your fucking vaccine.
Life is risk. Okay. If you got one of those friends who refuses to take any vaccines for anything whatsoever, including polio, then don't be friends with them. That's where your personal accountability comes in. Stop trying to make everybody else make you safe. Make yourself safe.
Yeah, but I could be a friend of a friend. You know what I mean? It could still get around.
You could.
You
If-
just
if-
like
and you
walk
could get hit by a bus
public
crossing the
in front of
street tomorrow.
person.
Think about it in like the libertarian way. If you plan on doing something and it affects other people, you shouldn't fucking do it. In that sense, like if you know not taking a polio vaccine will make you contagious
You
and you
don't
can
know that.
potentially kill other people,
You don't know that. First
well,
you
you're
have to contract.
contagious. But
First you have,
are you contagious?
first you have to contract polio.
Well, right. You first have to, but there are cases of people that have contracted polio, even though there are vaccines.
All right. And once somebody contracts polio, then they have an obligation to quarantine themselves.
Right.
Or, in the case of something like polio, forcibly quarantine. Okay, I'm not directly opposed to that because it greater good and all that. But you can't force the person to take the vaccine.
I don't know. I would argue that
Then you're taking away freedom. Freedom of choice.
he's also taking away my freedom by
No, he's not.
refusing to take a vaccine that would
No, he's
prevent
not.
him from getting polio.
No, he's not. Did you get the vaccine?
Yes.
Then why do you care?
Well, I'm just talking hypothetically.
Do you,
I'm just
do you
saying.
wear a mask? Then why do you care?
Stop. You're purposely bending and
No, I'm not.
refusing to listen to simple
No.
ideas. Yes, you are.
No.
The vaccine
you-
doesn't. The vaccine doesn't like make you completely immune. I mean,
Then
like
what's
if
the
there's
point?
some
Okay.
polio right around you and you had the vaccine, you're still going to get a mild case of polio.
It's just simple in the sense of you got AIDS, you don't fuck people without protection. Like, you know what I mean? That's that kind of concept. You have a very deadly. Now, in the sense of a flu, I would never tell anybody that they are forced to take a flu vaccine
So
because
it's just a matter of degree.
I mean, if you had a smallpox vaccine, would you hang out with someone with smallpox? I wouldn't.
I would.
Well, no
You don't
way.
trust the science?
do you want to take the chance?
Huh? Why not? If you trust the
Why
science,
though?
I hang around people with measles all the time.
But we already know science isn't exactly 100% foolproof.
Careful.
It grows and becomes better every
Careful,
time.
because you're asking me to trust
So,
science, and then you're
but
saying it's not
it's-
trustworthy.
It's sort of
I'm
like
not
I mean,
saying it's
it's
not
like your immune
trustworthy,
system
but-
is like your immune system's like an army, and the vaccine is just like letting you know like what the weak spot of the virus is, right? So your army is prepared to fight them, but they can still get overwhelmed if you get
Yeah,
like a high
absolutely.
dose of
Absolutely.
a virus.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But it could be avoided if you just take a vaccine.
But you know what? It's not my job
Yeah.
to protect you.
What?
Because what is a vaccine? A vaccine is just like it's a bunch of dead cells of that virus. So your cells are prepared with antibodies, but they still have to do the fight, right?
Yeah.
Are they fully dead?
Some. It depends.
Oh, some of them are live vaccines, but not
It's
too many.
it's kind of the same concept as like
Some of them are like
treating
weaker
yourself
strain.
to. Yeah, so it's like the same concept as like trying to inject yourself with small amounts of venom so that you can become immune or whatever to specific venom.
Like for
crazy people
instance,
do
like
shit.
if you get the flu vaccine, which only protects against like 55% of the strains or whatever, I mean, you can still get that strain of the flu. It just will be more mild. So, I mean, if that was smallpox, then you would have a mild case of smallpox. I don't know what that is, but it doesn't sound too pleasant.
I don't know, it's just a hard thing to.
The point I'm trying to make is you can't force people to do things. They have to choose to do them. Now, you can disassociate yourself with people who are anti-vaxxers, for example, if you have a concern about catching something, even if you've been inoculated.
But then
I
there
feel
has
like
to be
there's-
something.
I feel like
Okay,
there's some element of like we live in a society, and if you want to be a part of that society, then you should take a smallpox vaccine.
Right. No. Because you're taking away choice.
Okay, but then if you
you could choose to leave the society and just
I can choose
go
to shoot you in the
live on an
face.
island somewhere.
You know, it's not going to make you any less dead.
just listen to reason.
But there
in the
are
sense,
consequences
though, like,
for that. Now, if you contract,
Like you
polio.
could like, do you want like the you could have the choice to not pay taxes,
Can I answer?
but then you're not participating in the society.
Huh? What's that?
I mean, you could.
You don't choose to pay taxes.
Do you not believe in taxes?
No, I don't.
Because like that's being forced on people.
Yeah, I don't. I think it's wrong. I think it's absolutely wrong.
But then there's like the philosopher, I don't know, was it John Rawls who made the social contract philosophical idea that said that like we live in a society, so because of that, you have an obligation to do something like pay taxes.
I would disagree with that. You have a choice, and that's what it all boils down to. You have a choice. Now, you could choose to approve of legislation that garnishes your wages for a fee, taxes, or for a specific amount, taxes, and that's a choice that you're making. Now, people are going to get screwed by that, so okay, let me think about this a little bit. But from a moral standpoint, I'm completely opposed to taxes. I understand the necessity of them, so I go along with it. But I'm opposed to the idea of it. I'm opposed to the idea that if I don't give them money, they throw me in prison. That's extortion. Plain and simple.
But when do you draw the line to a point where someone else's actions or lack of actions affect you?
The minute somebody's actions affect you, it's the whole my rights, your rights, what is it, my rights don't end where yours begin, or something like that. Or my rights, your rights end where mine begin. Once you cross that line, once you affect me, then you're violating somebody's rights.
Okay.
Which goes along with the whole thing that I was trying to make in the first place, was you can't legislate.
But the thing is
ideas.
like you're an American citizen, so that is a social contract that you're upholding. I mean, you could choose to not be an American citizen.
Nobody chose to
That is
be an
your
American
choice,
citizen.
and then you don't have to pay taxes.
We're going to start the argument
You're not
right there.
American.
Nobody chose to be an American citizen. You were born here. Nobody asked you if you wanted to be born.
So you get it by default, but you can reject it if you want, if you so choose. You can leave.
If you reject
that is your
taxes,
choice,
then you
but
don't
then,
get to take advantage.
they own the land here, so
Who?
you can't be on.
Who owns
the
land?
The American. The American government.
They don't own the land.
Society would probably be a better way to say
land
it.
here. You have to
American
be
government doesn't own
American,
anything.
right?
American government doesn't own a goddamn thing. You own everything. You paid for it. It was bought with your money. Well,
I mean, your property is still under the jurisdiction of America, though.
Yeah.
So I mean, you have to
that's just
abide
national
by
property.
That's not
laws
property.
You
if you
own
live here.
things. You own things as long as you follow along with what the government tells you have to follow along with.
This is the direction America has taken since post-Civil War. The shift from a bottom-up form of government to a top-down form of government. That's what the Civil War caused. That's the great harm that Abraham Lincoln caused to this nation. Prior to that, the United States was the United States. Several states joined together for a common cause. Now it's a country broken up into regions. And it completely changed the way we view the country. Not for the better. By taking away a state's right to secede, Lincoln screwed every other state for the rest of time. Because if you don't like the way the nation's being run, you have a right to leave. And if your entire state doesn't like the way a nation's being run, it has a right to leave, become its own nation, if it so chooses. Until Lincoln. As far as... there's too many subjects, too many things.
Just stay focusing on the idea of what we're talking about, like kind of almost the morality of, and the liberties of vaccinations.
Okay.
That's the gist of what we were originally talking about, and then we branched off of that.
Okay. Here's a solution to that.
Well, I mean, I was just saying, like, you know, it's like taxes, you know, and I mean, it's what like conservatives always say: if you don't like it, well, you can get out.
Okay, if you don't want to pay taxes, don't pay taxes, but that means you don't get to take part in government, whatever.
Right? Yeah.
National parks, whatever. Anything government sponsored, anything funded by the people.
Can't drive on any roads.
Right. Right. No, absolutely. I would be okay with that. The person's
I
making
mean,
a
the
choice.
Amish are kind of like that. Almost.
Well, you can't drive on the roads unless you pay a fee.
Well, that's about the only tax they pay is a road tax.
Well, I mean your driver's license.
They don't have a driver's license. Do Amish have driver's license for their horse and buggies?
Oh no, I wasn't talking about that.
They can
I mean, they do pay
Oh,
taxes.
Yeah,
the
they
Amish
can.
do pay taxes. Nobody gets
They
away
do
from
pay some
taxes.
taxes.
Yeah. Every time they buy something from the store, they pay taxes.
Yes, but they don't pay property taxes. They
Property
do pay a
taxes.
road tax.
Scam, Jesus Christ. I'm not even going to defend property taxes.
No,
hey,
I wouldn't
you want
either.
to buy a
Property
house?
taxes
Sure.
are
Yeah, but you
horseshit.
never actually get to own it.
Property taxes are horseshit.
Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. It's just another cash grab. But whatever. You don't want to pay taxes, fine. You don't have to pay taxes. But then you don't get to use any of the services or resources that those taxes pay for.
So if we were to take that back to the
And
vaccination
you can't
thing,
use you can't go on the internet, right? 'Cause
No.
That's,
No, that's privately funded.
you would basically be a woodsman if you were allowed to be in that, if it wasn't state.
can't use the power. Can't use the sewage system. Can't use the roads.
But if we took that same kind of thought process to the whole vaccine thing, then how would we keep people that refuse to take the vaccine from affecting the people that do take the vaccine, in the sense of, or even the people that don't take the vaccine, you know what I mean? Like, do we segregate those people? Do we give them Indian reservations to live on? Like, you chose to not take a vaccine.
Right.
But we did, and we don't want you to potentially infest our communities.
Then you just don't associate with them.
But it's hard to not associate if they're still within your communities.
Well,
They still
okay.
frequent the same stores you
Okay.
go to. They still use the same assistances and amenities and whatnot that you would use.
Yeah.
So you still have an ability to contract their disease that they refuse to get vaccinated.
You're not going to contract somebody's disease by going to the grocery store.
If you're standing
there
in
are going
front
to
of
be a
them or
few,
behind
okay?
them, that's
I
the.
mean, if they cough
I'm
on
not
something,
going to sacrifice
and then,
one
yeah, you'll
person's
get
freedom
it.
to benefit 1,000 people. I'm not going to do that because it's wrong.
How's it wrong to keep people from dying? I mean, I'm not saying take everyone's liberties away. That's not my goal in life, but I don't want people to die because somebody refused to take a simple vaccination that has been known to keep people from getting it and keep people from dying from it. It may not be the best vaccine, but it seems to be working.
I mean, and if it is the liberty we're taking, then that's just a small price to pay
Small price to pay. Just wear the mask.
for living in a society.
Just
I mean,
wear the mask.
not really that big of a deal. I would take it voluntarily.
Then
Polio
that's
vaccine.
fine. Then you're covered. Okay, and that was the argument I was trying to make in the first place. If you're willing to take the vaccine, then why do you care if somebody else doesn't?
But you can still, like Thompson said, you can still contract
You
it.
could.
You
Possibly,
have a,
maybe.
You have
Possibly,
a lesser
maybe.
chance of it.
You're
But
much...
there's still the maybe, though. Why
You're-
can't you accept that?
No.
Why
Because
no?
you took the vaccine. You
But you
protected
can
yourself.
still-
And like that
Let me finish a sentence, for
still
Christ's
feel like
sake.
a mild polio case. Sorry.
You took the vaccine to protect yourself from the polio. If somebody else gets polio, you're probably not going to get affected by it because you took the vaccine. That person may become affected by it. They may not even contract polio. They may go their entire life without contracting polio. But on the off chance that they do, you're protected from it because you already got the virus. No, it's not 100% protection. It's not 100% guaranteed. Nothing in life is. But you took the steps that you felt necessary to protect yourself from that. He chose not to do that. You're fine. You don't want to catch the COVID? Put on a mask.
Okay,
That'll protect you from catching the COVID. Okay?
but
I
you're
don't
saying
care.
it is so matter of fact. You're not, as a matter of fact, fine. You are.
One way
fine.
takes choices away from people, the other one gives them the choice. Which would you rather have?
I would rather to not die because somebody refused to
You're
take
not
something.
answering the question. Would you rather have the choice or not have the choice?
The choice to what? Be more clear about the choice to
take the vaccination or
liberty?
not take the vaccination. Would you rather be given the choice on anything? It doesn't matter. Anything. The vaccination, whatever. Would you
Well,
rather
no,
be...
it needs to be specific about it because if it's something like the vaccine, I don't know.
What's the line?
That's what we're trying to talk about here is the line of...
The line is, are you forcing somebody to do something?
Are you forcing somebody to do something that would prevent people from
No.
dying?
It's irrelevant what that would have.
It's not irrelevant
It's very
because that's
irrelevant.
an outcome.
I'm going to
How is it irrelevant when
okay,
that's an outcome?
if killing a baby will save 1,000 lives, will you kill the baby? If
No.
it'll save 10 lives, will you kill the baby? If it'll save 100? What's the line?
I mean,
When's it okay to kill the baby?
Detail. I need more detail than these little things. Like, we know that if you don't take a vaccine and you can potentially pass it on to somebody, that you can literally go to jail if you have AIDS and have sex with somebody knowingly you were going to pass it on.
That's because you're
You can go to
knowingly
jail for
trying
that
to
now.
pass it on. That's because you're...
for instance,
But you're walking around with the contamination that you knowingly know that you could pass to other people.
Some of the vaccines, like, you can't take as an...
conversations I've ever had in my life. It's a very simple thing. Are you going to take somebody's choices away? Are you going to take it away for one thing? Because if you're going to take it away for one thing, you can take it away for everything. Where does it stop? You just wear the mask. That's why I keep saying that. Everybody's saying you don't have a choice to wear the mask. Just wear the freaking mask. No, because I choose not to, and you can't force me to because I'm a free individual. I choose not to take the vaccine. If you want to take the vaccine, take the fucking vaccine. I don't care. Okay, that's your choice.
Like, your daughter has taken vaccines, right?
A few.
Yeah, and she didn't take them right away. She had to wait a while, right?
I spread them out. I spread them out over several years instead of giving them all to her.
So
in the first 6
infants, they have to take a while before they can take their vaccines. Within that period of time, they're vulnerable. So if someone decides not to take their vaccine, and you have an unvaccinated person and they get sick, well, they could get your daughter to be sick, and she could die because of that.
Yes, she could. Yes, she could. And I would rather risk that than risk taking away somebody's freedom.
But when you're taking away somebody, you're making it seem in the sense that you're taking away the freedom, but this also is a person that's taking away the freedom of
He's not
somebody else's
taking anything from you. You have the choice to protect yourself.
How is he not?
He's not. He's not doing anything to you.
Listen, we found out that there's this crazy disease going around. We found out that this medicine keeps you from passing it and getting it yourself. If you take it, you are saving your life and potentially other people's lives.
You are suggesting doing something to him against his will.
No, I'm suggesting
I am
that
suggesting
we have
him not doing anything to you
serious
at all.
sickness.
Actively doing anything to you.
I'm suggesting...
He is not intentionally giving you polio.
I'm suggesting that there is a problem that could be fixed with something, that if you take it, you don't have to have the worry of dying or even passing it on to somebody else for them dying. How is that just not morally something that you would do?
It may be.
Why are you fighting
but
in the
you
sense
have
of
to give
liberty?
people the choice. And that's the point I'm trying to make. You're taking the choice away, I'm giving them the choice. Which would you rather have? The choice to do the right thing or being forced to do the right thing?
Well, we've already seen...
people have the choice to murder people, but we still penalize that.
We choose not to. Those that do choose to do so suffer the consequences because you're taking away something from somebody else.
So many other liberties.
Now,
that
if I get polio
that's what,
and I accidentally give it to
this
somebody...
is such a minute one to complain about. Well, like, when you live in a society, unfortunately, things unfortunately, it does. Like, you live with other people, and we're supposed to be unified. How can we be unified when we have a cure to something and you refuse to take it because
Not supposed to be
it's an
unified. The only
Yes,
purpose
you are
we're supposed to be
supposed to.
unified is to support the
But
support of the
not
freedoms of
taking
the
a vaccine,
Constitution.
it's negligent murder. That's a crime.
It's true, though.
God, I fear for our future. I really do.
Why? Why do you fear that people are concerned about the well-being
Because
of other people?
you're totally okay with taking choice away from people. As
Because
long as it
it's
suits
negligent
you.
murder.
You're okay with taking
Yes.
something away from somebody else to benefit
There's
you.
so many other liberties that are being messed with. Like I said, this is such a minute liberty.
Hold on a second, cats.
Like, if you were told like you have a choice for this and you choose to not do it, one, most moral people would take it, like you've already agreed with. Most moral people would take this to prevent it from hurting themselves and other people around them. So the people that wouldn't take this are the selfish people that don't give two shits about our country or the people that are around them. Why do you care if they are? Because they're the ones that you're
Because
saying
they have
are
the right
future.
to do so.
But they're the people that are going to ruin it for
They have the
everybody.
right to do so, and
murder
that's the
people?
end of the argument. Jesus Christ,
No,
you
literally just said our future is ruined, but yet you want to let the people that
our
are gonna
future
ruin
is ruined because you're trying to force people to behave a certain way. Because it doesn't be to benefit
We're
you.
trying to force people to not murder people.
moral.
No,
like everybody
you are
else
free
is.
to murder anybody you want.
Is it wrong to want
You
people to
are.
be moral?
You are.
Other people.
According to the law, you are free to murder whoever you want. However, if you do, you'll probably spend the rest of your life in prison if you don't get executed.
So yeah, so you do have the choice to not take a vaccination, but you'll get the penalties for not doing it.
Okay,
so
and
that's
if
under
you-
your theory, that would be
Murder is an
moral, I
intentional
guess.
act. Giving somebody a virus is not an intentional act unless you intend to give them the virus, like with the AIDS
But
thing that you brought up earlier.
negligent murder is still a crime. You can't, which would be like not taking a vaccine and going out into public.
If you're contaminated, you have to take precautions about yourself so that you don't further contaminate other people. That should be something you should have to do. That's why would that be wrong? If it's you want to be a
Anything that takes
liberty,
a choice away from people is wrong. Anything that takes the freedom away from people is wrong.
if
Anything.
you're not accepting that. If you,
I mean, we can say that you can choose to not take a vaccine. We won't throw you in jail, but you have to quarantine yourself for the rest of your life.
Okay, fine. I'm okay with that.
you took the liberty away from a person right there, then
No, they're still free to live their life. But that's
In a
the choice
confined
that they
space?
made. No, okay, no. I'm
You
sorry.
want to live out in the woods and not
didn't- I
communicate
didn't
with
understand
anybody
what
and
you-
not take a
I
vaccine,
misunderstood
then
what you said.
yeah,
because
sure.
It's making a mess out
That's
of the kitchen.
fine.
No, I'm not okay with that. Because when somebody gets a vaccine or a virus and then they accidentally pass it on to you, it's not an intentional act. They're not intentionally trying to cause you harm. They're not intentionally trying to take your
Maybe
liberties
not,
from you. But what
they're
you're
intentionally
suggesting is
implying that
intentionally
they-
taking
They
somebody's
intentionally
liberty,
did not take the vaccine.
not with the intent to cause you harm.
so
That's
I can
still,
still go
but
to
that's
jail
it's still
for-
the unintended action. It's negligent murder, negligent crimes. They're still
Oh
crimes.
my God.
what is the one homicide where you don't mean to actually hit somebody?
Okay,
with a car,
then
but you
if you're
did?
going to take it to that extreme, I can charge you for negligent murder if I get emphysema from breathing your car exhaust fumes.
That's asinine.
No, it's not. It's the exact same freaking
It
thing.
is, because
You're
that's a
doing something, and I'm not
completely
preventing you from
different-
doing it, but the thing you're doing is
It's
causing
insane.
me harm.
But yet you're using that thing also. So, but what do you mean? That does not at all fit in this conversation. I don't see how you can compare the two. That doesn't.
Your
that
car
doesn't
emits
fit.
carbon monoxide.
Okay, a volcano also creates that.
Oh, irrelevant.
Cow shit.
Irrelevant.
creates that.
Jesus
It's not
Christ.
irrelevant. How's it
No, it
irrelevant?
is, because you're doing a thing that can cause me harm.
So is a cow. So are you going to sue a cow? Like a cow puts methane into the air that could affect your lungs. You're going to sue that
Yes,
cow?
I'm going to sue a cow.
Come on, that's how asinine this is getting to right now. We're talking
No.
about a person that.
Did you
sees that
choose to
has
drive
no
a car?
detectable-
Did you choose to drive a car? Did you choose to drive a car with an internal combustion engine that emits carbon monoxide?
Yeah, like every other person in the world does.
Oh, so it's okay if everybody does it. It's okay if nobody takes the vaccine.
It's okay that everybody takes the vaccine.
No,
I don't.
it is
get the
okay
point
if
that you're trying-
it is okay if everybody chooses to take the vaccine. It's perfectly okay.
How can't you just accept the idea that okay, if you don't take it, you're still a contamination risk?
If you continue
Why
to
can't you
drive
just
the
accept
car,
that
you
fact?
continue to be in a contamination risk.
This isn't the same.
It's the exact same thing. You're passing
it's
something on to
not.
me against my will.
I'm polluting air. I'm not directly
That I
giving
breathe.
you a disease
You're polluting air that I
that
breathe.
you use. This isn't the same topic. We're talking about diseases and stop, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
Emphysema isn't a disease.
How is somebody driving their car the same as somebody refusing to get a vaccination that could potentially pass a harmful, killing disease when smoking cigarettes is the same equivalent as to what you're talking about?
And I choose to
But
smoke
people have the
cigarettes.
option. Like, I don't get it. Like, How?
I don't choose to breathe your exhaust fumes. I have no choice in that matter. That choice has been taken away from me. Because you want to drive a car.
How are we supposed to get on that? So you want us to act like cavemen then? That's basically
no, I'm not saying that at all.
Every bit of argument
I'm
you've
saying
made is
I'm saying I respect your right to drive a freaking car, and I'm willing to take the risks associated with that. You could run me over in the street, but I'm still not going to deny you access to a car. That's a direct attributable death to you, even if it is accidental. It's negligence.
See, this is just where black and white thinking will get us into problems. So, I mean,
Anytime.
you just can't think that black and white, because otherwise you end up
no,
with
you can't
absurd
when it doesn't suit your argument.
things like this.
And that's the thing. Once I put something forth, that and this is the back to Trump again. Once he says something that doesn't fit your argument, you're going to twist it to make it fit the argument. And it's just,
you're making it seem like this is some fucking convoluted idea.
No, it's not.
Most people, even you, if you
what
just
difference
contracted
does it make if you die from a virus or getting struck by a car?
Let me ask you, if you got leprosy right now, would you walk around other people?
Yes, it's not contagious.
Okay, so I used a bad fucking analogy. One that is contagious.
No, I
You
wouldn't.
walk down
If I knew I was infected with something that could
contagious,
infect other people, I would intentionally quarantine myself.
If you touch that's contagious.
No, it's not.
You
It's
have to
genetic.
touch them, right?
No, it's genetic.
Leprosy?
Leprosy's genetic.
Thank God I don't have that gene. But still, on the same point of, and this is all we're trying to make the point of. It's a moral damn ground, and there's a lot of things in life that are moral grounds. If you got something, would you walk around?
No, I wouldn't.
Wouldn't, but there's a lot of people that would.
Well,
and what are we going to do about the people?
It is contagious, but it's not very contagious.
Right.
It spreads
Well,
through the contact with mucosal secretions.
Yeah,
It's
don't dip Doritos in their backs.
It's
Okay,
caused by a
you'll be
bacterium,
fine.
so it's not genetic.
That's why these things don't need to get so hyped. Is that's the overall point of this? Is you yourself? You even say you get contagious, or you become contagious to some. You morally would stay away from other people.
That's my choice.
There's people in the world, in our country, in your damn town, right down the street from you, that wouldn't.
Okay, and shame on them. Seriously, shame on them for doing that. But I'm still not going to take the right away to make that choice.
Also, in the same sense, rights get taken
Because
away
if I
from
take
other-
his right away to make that choice, I get to take other rights away to make other choices. And when does it
Well,
stop?
when you live in a society, like Thompson was saying, you kind of have to come to a group understanding as to how you want to live.
Okay, and then
I mean,
then you have to give up your
using
car.
this sort of like slippery slope analogy, and I mean, that's why we can't think black and white. We have to say oh, well, taking a polio vaccine, maybe that is something that we should mandate.
Everything
then,
has repercussions.
like-
Everything has secondary.
Like the car
unforeseen
analogy,
effects.
that doesn't make sense, for nobody to drive cars, so nobody gets sick from exhaust fumes or whatever.
They absolutely should, Boudreaux.
I mean, you just have to
if you're going to take away my
you
right
have to think in shades of gray, right?
If you're going to take away my right to make a choice, then I'm going to have to take away your right to make a choice. I don't want to die by getting hit by a car, so I'm going to take away your right to drive a car.
Right, though.
You don't want to die
I mean, the
from polio.
government takes away a lot of your choices. You don't have the choice to murder or steal, or
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I have
we
the choice
have
to do that every
lots
day.
of laws.
I can go out and shoot somebody right now if I wanted to. I'm not going to.
So I mean,
Moral
how
thing,
is
though.
taking a vaccine like a different law from any of the other laws that we have?
When I murder somebody, I'm committing an act against somebody intentionally. I'm
But
taking
unintentional
something from
murder
them.
is still a negligent murder is still murder. I said that a couple times.
Okay, then we're back to the car thing again. You ran me over with your car. You didn't intend to, but I'm still dead.
But then I'm back to like the black and white thinking thing, where this is just not a very productive.
No,
that
it
person
isn't.
would still go to jail for
The
manslaughter.
point is, you're not going to be protected from things. You're not. Unless you protect yourself from things. If you want to protect yourself from polio, get a polio vaccine.
But I mean, a polio
if you want to
vaccine
protect yourself
saves
from running
millions of lives. Not.
it doesn't matter.
mandating that
It
nobody
doesn't matter.
drives
That's
cars.
feel
I
good
mean,
freaking politic talk.
Save that many
That
lives.
doesn't matter.
How doesn't it matter though?
Because
Like,
it doesn't
I mean,
matter. Because you're taking
No, no,
choices
no, no,
away
no,
from
no,
other
no, no,
people.
no.
You're taking liberties away from other people. You're making
we-
people slaves to a system.
We
Do
live
what
in
I
a
say or
society,
else.
though. But you live in a society, though, don't you?
You live in a society. So what?
But in a society, you kind of have to, you're working as a group in that society. That's the overall idea.
You
At
have to
least
put away selfish thinking before you can.
it's not
go down-
selfish.
It
It's
is
selfish
selfish
for you
because
to
you
not
don't
want to take a
you
polio
want, you
vaccine
want to
because
force
you
me to
don't
get a
want to.
vaccine so that you don't get sick.
Yes.
That's selfish
And-
thinking.
No, it's
I just
not.
think that your view of the country is this sort of like individual sort of dream world.
Thompson, I am down in
know-
the trenches dealing with junkies and crackheads on a daily freaking basis. I know goddamn well what my view of the country is.
Well, I
Okay?
mean, we live
I'm not
we live
protecting
in a
my
society, so we're all in a
my
group
nice little
deciding
suburb
what
home.
the rules
I see
are.
this crap on a daily basis. Okay? Every freaking day. It's my bread and butter. I see the dirtiest things that this world has to offer every freaking day. And I still wouldn't take their choice away from them to be so.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
they're
I'm not
really
saying
not
that
doing
people don't have the choice to do drugs. In
No,
fact,
it's not
I'm
that.
in
It's
favor of
preventative
drugs.
measures. That's the thing that exists. Preventative measures. Like that's exactly all it is. You're taking precaution. You're doing things to prevent future potential species-ending catastrophes.
Then choose
That-
to
that's-
do so.
That's
Choose to take those steps.
why can't we come together as a group of people and
There's a
understand that
difference
it's
between
a bad
choosing to
thing?
do a thing and forcing to do a thing. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
No, I understand what you're saying, but you're not listening to us.
No, I
That's
am
the
listening to you. I understand
God.
exactly what you're saying. Crystal clear. You want to force people to take a vaccine because it protects you.
No, because it protects everybody. We've
including
said
you.
that numerous times, and you keep wanting to say act like we're being selfish about our
Because
sayings.
at its
But
root, no, it's
Look,
not.
if you want to make an omelet, you got to crack a few eggs. If you want to have a society, you got to take a few rights.
If you want to have a society, sometimes people die.
I mean, sometimes they do, but I mean, if we didn't have a polio vaccine, like everyone would die.
And everybody has a right to take the vaccine. Everybody has a choice to take the vaccine. And guess what? Most people do.
You don't have a choice to take that vaccine.
Yes, you do. You don't have to take the polio vaccine. Your parents do not have to allow the doctor to give it to you. I could have denied that to my daughter. I could have denied that to you. I could have said, no, I don't want you to give that to my child. If he wants to get it when he gets older, he can choose to do so.
Really?
But I knew that it was for your best interest. I knew that it was for my best interest to get the vaccine. So I chose to take it. You're not forced to take vaccines. And you shouldn't be.
Wait, is it not mandatory?
No, they're not mandatory. Unless you want to go to school.
Oh, well, then they're mandatory.
No, they're not mandatory. They're mandatory if you want to go to
Because how
school,
many people
but
are
they're
really
not
going to homeschool their
mandatory.
kids? People got to work 2 to 3 jobs just to get by anymore. People don't have time to homeschool their kids.
No.
It's mandatory. I mean,
And
unfortunately,
people don't have to work 2 or 3 jobs to get by anymore. People have to
I'm
work 2 or 3 jobs to get by
I'm saying
anymore
all
with
this
2
because
cars,
I
a house.
thought it was mandatory, but if it's not, then
No,
hey,
it's not.
I mean, there you go.
When every time we go to the doctor's office, they list off the list of vaccines they want to give her, and I said, okay, you can give her that one, but not that one, not that one, and not that one. I don't want to take that choice away from people, even if it is a bad choice. I don't want to take those ideas away from people, even if they are ideas. I don't want to take that racism away from people, even if it is bad racism, because they have the right to think that way, they have the right to feel that way, they have the right to live that way. I don't have the right to take that from them. And that's what it is. It stops when I affect somebody else. If something I do affects somebody else against their wishes, that's where it stops.
Okay, well, Thompson and I were both stumped on that one in the sense that I also thought polio and smallpox were mandatory.
Hell no.
But still, thank God most people take it then.
Yeah, they choose to take it because it's a
But-
good thing. It works. It keeps you from getting polio. Who wouldn't? but you choose to take it. If Rona proves to be real and people start dying left and right in the streets like they say on CNN every night, then you'd be foolish not to take it. I'm not seeing that. I'm not taking it.
Man.
It's no different than you driving a car. Your driving a car could result in the end of my life, even if you don't intend for it to happen that way. I would
like
never in my
mandatory
life
Europe,
dream of
then?
depriving you of driving a car.
Well, I mean, no. I'm not going to talk about your car thing. I'm still stunned on this not mandatory thing because I always thought for the rest of my life, for my entirety of my life, that it was a mandatory thing.
You're told you have to get it, but it's not mandatory.
And but then I'm still thinking on this idea of like.
I mean, none of us really remember because, well, I was a
Kids.
baby. Unless you have a kid, I guess.
But
So
the
wait,
whole,
so what did the doctor tell you about the vaccines?
He said, these are the vaccines we're going to give your daughter. And I said, no, you're not. You're going to give her that one. And he said, okay.
Oh, okay. But you could have just said any vaccine, like that's not okay.
Right. She got the polio vaccine. That's a good one.
And that was just like end of the story. They were like, okay.
Yeah. What are they going to do?
Well, there you go. You have the right to not take a vaccine then, I guess.
Yes, you absolutely do. You have a right not to take anything. You have a right not to eat Jell-O gelatin if you don't want to. It's not right to force somebody to eat Jell-O gelatin. It's the same thing. You have a right to drive a car. It's not right for me to take that right away from you, even though you driving a car can result in my death. It's your right to be racist. I don't agree with it. I don't support it, but it's your right. And I will not take that away from you.
why don't you vote libertarian?
I am a libertarian. I always have been a libertarian.
Okay, but I'm
It's
saying
just libertarians put up freaking idiots for candidates.
you don't got an idiot this time.
I don't know enough about her to vote for.
You got to look her up.
I don't want
If this is truly how you view things,
You got to vote for.
to. You have to
Bernie
temper
Sanders.
how I view things with what the reality of the situation is. And the reality of the situation is right now, a libertarian isn't going to win the White House.
no, but it would give more steam for the potential future of it. It's never going to win the White House.
They'll never allow that.
It doesn't matter if they allow it. If the people vote for it, it happens.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think. I mean, if
ask
you,
Elon
it depends
Musk's
on whether
opponent.
you live in a swing state or not. If you're gonna vote third party,
What's that?
I mean, it depends on whether or not you live in a swing state. Like, if you live in someplace like
live
that's
in a swing
always
state.
red or blue, then I mean, you might as well vote for a third party, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And if
Point
you're
is still, if you get the electoral votes, regardless, like if
Okay.
you get the electoral votes,
if
you
you're
can
a Democrat and you don't like the way the Democrat Party is going, and I'm just using this as an example. This isn't if because of the obvious, very progressive shift that the Democrat Party has taken. It used to be the blue-collar party, the working man's party, and now it's the pink-haired beasts party. If you don't agree with the way your party's direction you're going, you should vote third party. You're not voting for Trump, but you're not voting for the freaking idiot that they gave you. And then maybe in the future, because all it takes is a third party to get a certain percentage of the vote to qualify for the debates in the following election cycle. So you would best serve yourself and your country by voting that third party candidate, because then you're giving more options, more choices. People got me all freaking pissed off.
yeah, but so what? It's fine. I'm your tits.
Yeah, like
Just
I'm
like-
in Minnesota. I could vote for Bernie Sanders if I wanted to. He's
if-
right, I'm in. He
if
could
we-
still win.
Who?
Oh yeah, Bernie Sanders.
He could still win. Bernie Sanders.
He's freaking 82 years old, dude.
You see, Biden's going to get coronavirus, and then he's going to die, and then Kamala Harris is going to become the president, and then she's going to pick a VP, and that's going to be Bernie Sanders. And then she's going to step down, and then obviously Bernie Sanders is our president. He could still win.
That's never gonna happen. That'd be crazy. That'd be the first time in political history that many transitions happened.
Hey, the name's back up.
I think it's still possible this year if enough people put enough attention towards the third party that a third party could win. This is a year that
this is the year when they should do it, because the Democrats have been abandoned by their party, the true Democrats. They've been abandoned by their party in favor of the progressive left, the far left.
No, it's the other way around, though. The progressives were abandoned because Biden won.
Now, Biden's whoever they want him to be. Biden will put on any hat that they ask him to put on, or tell him to put on.
He's still like a centrist, though.
You know, fundamentally, maybe, but
I mean, he's against universal health care and like all of Bernie's policies. So
Biden is?
Yeah.
He's enacting universal health care, though.
No, he said in the debate that everyone keeps their private insurance, and then only poor people get like Medicaid.
Well, yeah, he said that the independence will still exist, but Obamacare is basically going to come back, which is still something.
Obamacare is private insurance, though.
Okay, well, government insurance, I should say then. My bad. Could have sworn I heard him say something along the lines of people. Yeah, I know that he did say for people that couldn't afford insurance, they'd have government insurance, but couldn't just anybody get government insurance then if they paid for it?
No, he said that those people that made more than a certain amount of money wouldn't be in that option to take the public option.
This is
because Trump actually brought that up as a point, because he said that conservatives were worried about because of the free market, if we had a public option, then that would just sort of like overtake private insurance, because it would be cheaper or whatever, and it would be unfair competition.
Yeah. Somebody grab that. I already got one.
And hold on, isn't Trump doing something that's making
He's trying to
tax
restore it back
rates
to the free
lower?
market.
He was trying to get rid of Obamacare, but then there was the vote for it, and then remember McCain voted against getting rid of Obamacare, and that was like the singular vote that like threw it off. So we still have Obamacare.
Yeah, it still exists, but Trump got rid of the mandate. You don't have to sign up for it.
He got rid of the individual mandate.
Right, but isn't in the sense of the private insurance people's.
It sort of defunded a little bit, I guess. I
thought he put something in that made it so that the premiums and stuff, because I know he just did something where pre-existing conditions can't be held against you anymore in insurance or something of that nature. That just happened. But I thought
The messed up part about all this is, prior to Obamacare, nobody in this country was denied health care. Anybody in this country could go to a public hospital and get treated. If they couldn't pay their bills, those bills were then submitted to the government, where the hospital is reimbursed. And then the hospital still had the ability to attempt to receive payment from you, in effect double dipping. That was prior to Obamacare. Now, you could have insurance, and it was much cheaper, and your deductibles were much smaller. You could have private insurance and take care of all that. But if you were unable to afford insurance, for example, you could still go to any hospital in any public hospital in the country and receive health care.
I believe you can still do that now, though.
No, I was turned away at a publicly funded hospital because I didn't have the right insurance.
I went to an ER, though. I don't know. Did you go to an ER?
No, ERs are different. That's a different situation, because they don't check your insurance right away.
No, they don't.
It's an emergency. But then after the fact, they can remove you from the hospital if you don't have the right insurance.
That's never happened to me. But I've gone out of hospitals without insurance before, all of this whole disability bullshit happened, and I got fined for 2 months of not having insurance because of the whole fucking Obamacare bullshit. On my taxes, I got that penalty.
Oh yeah. No, you shouldn't have, because it's income based.
Don't insurance companies get in between you and your doctor because you have to be in network to see?
Well, that was a legislative issue. For some reason, Congress thought it'd be a good idea to not allow healthcare across state lines, or health insurance across state lines. You had to buy from within your state, which made no sense to anybody, but you know, it really protected the insurance companies. That's a completely different issue altogether. You want it to be fair and open, just health insurance. You know, it doesn't matter what state you live in, it doesn't matter what state you buy it from.
It's also like within the state, like you have to still be within network. So
Yeah.
like if you get a heart attack and they take you to the nearest hospital, which isn't in network, you'll still get like this huge bill.
Yeah, you will. And but that's a problem with the previous system, that they were trying to fix with Obamacare and just made 10 times worse. I took my daughter to get an X-ray, and we didn't have the right insurance, so they turned us away. And this was a public hospital. 20 years ago, that was unheard of.
Yeah, you got to call and make sure they take your type of insurance.
Well, she injured herself when we were coming from the ER to the X-ray.
I know, it's stupid. I can't go to half the hospitals around here.
Yeah.
Or at least my son can't go to half the hospitals around here. But thank God they're putting a Geisinger right down the street.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Why don't you just vote Libertarian?
I've been too disillusioned by too many years of Gary Johnson.
You should watch the interview that my friends did with Spike Cohen.
Yeah, start with Spike first. That's what I recommend.
I don't want President Spike.
What?
I don't.
Jorgensen's the candidate.
All right, I don't want Vice President Spike.
No, stop. Listen, for real. Look at him. You might really like her. She's got some.
There's more to it than just their political ideals, though. And I'm not saying I wouldn't like her ideals. I'm not saying that at all. It's just you have to be able to compete on the world stage. You have to be able to. And this is my problem with Biden, especially during the debates. How flustered Trump was able to get him. How he was able to get. How the hell is he going to fare against Putin or Xi Jinping or whatever the hell is the president of China? How is he going to compete against those people when he can't even stand here and debate Trump on a stage?
I feel you, and I agree with you. I wouldn't want a weak president like that, but
that kind of
thing.
thing.
Trump is more infuriating than Putin, though.
What's that?
I think Trump is more annoying than Putin. If you're like talking
annoying, yeah, but Putin is intimidating.
Yeah,
there's
it's
no
a
denying that.
Kind of like
you know damn well he's killed people with his bare hands in his past.
Bears.
Yeah. Well, I'm not trying to over dramatize him, but he was intelligent.
Like Biden was afraid of Trump.
No. Well, I think he was. I think he was intimidated by Trump. Especially
I think he was confused by Trump because no one's ever done that in a debate before.
Right. He really started losing.
So it definitely like threw him off a little bit.
I think next time around, though, he's going to have a much better game plan.
There ain't going to be a next time.
Yeah, there will.
Yeah, coronavirus.
No, he's 14-day quarantine period.
Yeah, if
debates are until the 15th.
Well.
He was diagnosed first. Just enough time.
You should just so you can get an idea of what the future might give you. Really look into Joe Jorgensen and Spike.
Yeah.
I think because she's a smart lady. She's strong. She's a teacher and a businesswoman.
I did that in the past with Perot, when Ross Perot was running.
Spike's your no-nonsense guy.
I don't want to vote for Trump. I don't. But
what
I
are
have no
three
choice.
things that you don't like about Trump?
I don't like about him. I don't like how loud he is. I don't like that he doesn't know when to shut up. And I don't like his suits.
But like policy-wise.
Policy-wise, I don't really have a problem with him. I think he's too ready to capitulate when it comes to uncomfortable subjects, like the whole denunciation thing. It makes him look weak. I don't want a leader that looks weak. policy-wise, I don't really have too many qualms with anything he's done or any policies he's suggested that I can think of right offhand. I'm sure there are one or two. I mean, as much as I hated Obama, he got one or two things right while he was president. You know, and same deal with Trump. I'm sure there's a few things he's done that Syria, his reaction to Syria. I don't know why the hell he felt the need to drop bombs on an empty Air Force base, but I thought it was stupid, and I thought it was a waste of money, and it was him capitulating, and I don't like that. You know, if you're the president, you were elected the president. Go with your heart, or go with your gut feeling, because that's what we elected you for. We didn't elect you just so you could kowtow to the Democrats like every other fucking Republican has ever done. Oh, my throat's getting dry. I haven't talked this much during a stream in months. I'll be right back. I gotta get a coffee.
It's politics season.
Yeah, it's Friday. Be right back. What the hell did I mute? I think I deleted or muted the music. Over my, out of my cold dead hands, Thompson. I just realized it's almost 3 a.m.
How do you drink coffee that late?
I just like coffee. It doesn't keep me awake. Drink it all day. When I say I drink 6 to 8 pots a day, I mean I drink 6 to 8 pots a day. It's not boasting.
You don't get like a coffee buzz?
No.
So that's just your normal.
Yeah, I'm
You
just
don't
always
drink
that way.
coffee, you're fucked, right?
Right. I can't function without it.
Your brain just shuts off.
Pretty
You
much.
go into a coma.
That's not true. I get headaches if I don't drink it, but I can still function just fine. I don't like it.
What's the longest you've gone without coffee?
A couple days.
I call BS.
Yeah, all right. I ran
You
out.
would have had what do you call those? Like a seizure?
DTs.
Yeah, like what is the same? Your reaction is probably the same as like a person giving up on crack.
Yeah, withdrawal.
The withdrawals.
That's
That's
what
what
the
I'm trying to
headaches
spit
are.
out there.
Coffee do you have to drink to get like an actual coffee buzz?
Oh, a lot. And it has to be really strong.
My coffee's beige.
Yeah, and I make mine pretty strong to begin with. I don't drink it for the caffeine, I drink it because I like coffee.
I like the creamer.
Have you ever done cocaine?
Have I? Oh, yeah. Yeah, ask the 90s. Yeah, I had a big problem with cocaine back in the 90s. But then I
Cocaine's a
just
hell of a
stopped.
drug.
Then I realized it was a problem and I just stopped. That was when Tommy was just a little kid.
You know, one thing that I'll say about that drug is that most people that are of sound mind usually do come to that point at some point in their life.
Yeah.
It's just time to stop doing this.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to indicate that I've done it myself, but
No.
I may have
Known somebody.
known people. Yeah, friend of a friend. It's a hell of a drug.
I had an experimental
I've
phase
never
in my
done it, but I used to be diagnosed ADHD, so I've had some like different forms of like Ritalin and Adderall and stuff.
Oh, completely different than speed. Completely different. Cocaine, you go into God mode. Speed, you're just hyper. But with cocaine, you go into God mode.
I had a buddy
Yeah,
that
if
was
you legit have ADHD, then Adderall can be kind of a downer. Actually,
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
weird. It works differently with people with ADHD.
I've had a buddy though that was on Ritalin his entire life, and he was the one that got the most hyped out of everybody. Not saying he did it or that anybody did it.
Because he's
I should say that Ritalin and Adderall are not the same because Ritalin's not really an upper, I guess. Adderall is though. Adderall is speed.
Adderall, Skittles.
Yeah.
That's what gets you through college.
But then, like when I was an adult, I got a diagnosis, where I like went back to the doctor to get more like Adderall, I guess. And I took it, and it was like drinking 100 cups of coffee. It was just way too much.
Adderall always made me hyper focused, and maybe it's because I needed to take Adderall, but I never got like sped up. You know what I mean? Like in the sense of it being an upper.
Yeah. Yeah, like my dad
it
legit has adult ADHD, and it just goes untreated. But I recognize the symptoms in him. And that's probably where I got it from. But when he took like Adderall for the first time, I told him exactly what was going to happen, and I said that like all of a sudden like your mind is going to get really blank, and you're going to like focus in on whatever you're doing like extremely. And then he was like cutting this cucumber, and he just starts laughing because like my description was so exactly right.
You almost.
Yeah. And then like whenever you take Adderall, he'd get so productive and focused. He'd like clean his whole workshop and everything.
Then his heart explodes.
Yeah. But then he stopped taking it because of the side effects, which I also experienced, which is like it turns you into a zombie if you take it for like a few days straight.
Yeah.
See, what he should just do is just smoke a J. Like, he'll hyper focus. He won't be able to do anything, but he will hyper focus on something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weed will do that. If you smoke weed and you focus on one particular task, you'll do the shit out of that task. The minute your attention's diverted, though, you're completely useless. You can't go back to the original task. You can't go do the new one. You can't do any of it. But as long as you focus
You'll
on that
do
one
that
thing,
task really slow.
no, not necessarily slow. You'll just be hyper focused on that one thing, until you're distracted, and then it's all over. Then you can't get a damn thing done for the rest of the day, because then you're just bouncing back and forth from one thing to the other, trying to remember where it was that you left off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could be.
Do you think weed should be legal?
I think all drugs should be legal,
Oh, okay, yeah, me too.
because people have a choice to use
Vote
them or not.
libertarian. I swear to God, if the next time I come over before the presidential election actually happens, and you haven't even looked into her, I'm gonna stomp on your big toe. It's not gonna hurt that bad because I can't really stomp that hard. That's
Hey,
why I
what's
said
going
that.
on?
Although I would make like advertising certain drugs illegal though.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, just like they do with cigarettes.
Yeah, exactly.
But people should always have the choice to make bad choices.
What's that one country? That I want to say Venezuela, but I don't know if that's actually it. Because I know they're kind of not doing great. But they made drugs completely legal, and over a period of time, the crime rate actually did drop for drug-related charges.
Well, yeah, because you're not arresting anybody for drugs.
Well, no, I mean also in like the criminal acts that you would do, the deaths that might happen, the overdoses.
That's the side effects from not having a drug cartel.
The caveat with
Right.
the whole drug thing is you can't just make them legal. You can't just legalize all the drugs. You also have to make people responsible for the consequences. And that means personally responsible. That doesn't mean going to a publicly funded rehab clinic. That means if you get hooked on heroin, that's on you. I'm not paying for it.
That's kind of how it turned out too. This was some documentary I watched, and basically what people would do is they would get in their little powwows, do their things, and then they would just do their lives.
Yeah.
So it's like people all met at the park, shot up heroin, and then went to work. It seemed like it made drug addicts more productive, having the freedom to not have to hide it.
Think of the opioid crisis, though. People getting addicted to these opioids because they're overprescribed by doctors.
Yeah, that's a serious problem. I know a doctor who was osteopath, arthritis, and he shifted over to the writing prescriptions for recovering addicts for Suboxone. And since he started doing that, he hasn't seen a single patient. And he signs probably 150, 200 prescriptions a day for Suboxone patients that he's never seen.
Yeah, that drug is just designed to make doctors rich. That's it.
Yeah.
I know too many people that I went to school with that are on Suboxones. Just because they can't live their life without having that feeling again. I don't fucking get it. I don't.
Well, what's messed up about it is they'll go get their Suboxone refilled, and then they'll come to my store and buy their crack pipes.
Yeah. That's one thing in my life that, because I'm a very empathetic, emotional-based person, but that's always been one thing that I've never felt sorry about somebody for.
So,
Like, if you died because you've taken too many drugs, that's your fault.
I told you the story about your mom when I OD'd on morphine. I went to a
Yeah, I
party.
do remember that. Yeah.
I went to a party and it just I had so much respect for it at that point because I went to a party and some guy was handing out these little white tablets and I just started taking them. Took like 12 of them. Woke up 3 days later and she was standing above me with her arms crossed. Motherfucker, I was gonna let you die.
Wow.
And she should have, because I did something stupid and I should face the consequences of that.
She would have too.
Mm-hmm.
That woman's got a level of calcium on her heart. I think that's where I kind of get it from, though, and that same emotion that, like, you chose to put all that in you. Like, I'm not gonna feel bad for you because one, I've experienced that way of life myself, and I still had self-control to not do that much.
My drummer, he took like a heroic dose of MDMA at a party once that someone just handed him. And he went legit schizophrenic for like 6 months. Like he could hear voices in his head. And then like one day he just heard like a thunder crack in his brain and the voices were gone forever.
Oh, cool.
It was weird.
I kind of have always been intrigued in that, but I feel too old to take it.
Yeah. Yeah, trust me. When our 40th or our reunion thing, the high school reunion thing that we had a few years back, and I tried doing acid again after not having done it for many years. But you know, all the gang was together, and we used to do that all the time when we were kids. So you know, oh, I can handle it. You know, I was sick for 3 days.
Yeah.
It took me 3 days to recover from it. And I was so sore and so tired, just so miserable.
I've only taken acid once, and that's exactly how I felt afterwards.
Oh no, I used to do it all the time. My God, I used to pop it and eat it like candy.
I did it
And
older,
it had
though.
no negative side effects. It's just when you get older, you don't bounce back like you used to.
Right, that's what I mean. Like, I didn't try acid for the first time until I was well into my late 20s, maybe even 30. I don't know, about that age. Because I did all of my experimenting shit when I was still in high school. When I got into college, I kind of just sobered up and stopped digging off.
First, I used to drop acid and go to work. And I was a roofer at the time.
I never dropped acid or took mushrooms, but I did smoke this really intense THC wax once, and I hallucinated off of that.
But yo, if you get the opportunity, do shrooms. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I was like in the
Don't do any
Moab
of it, you know.
desert, in like the middle of nowhere, and
Or
I was
don't-
about to do shrooms, and then I was kind of like too afraid to do it.
Yeah, if
There was
you're
like scorpions and like black widow spiders around us.
if you're somebody who's prone to bouts of depression or anxiety, none of the psychotropic drugs are for you. Because I'll just take that and magnify it.
But they got to be extreme versions, because I'm kind of a sad person at times, but they never affected me that way.
No, well, because you're not. You get
Right.
sad sometimes, but overall, you're just a generally positive person.
Right. So yeah, you kind of have to be like clinically depressed and know you're clinically depressed, kind of thing.
Yeah, I kind of feel like you just have to be that kind of person that's like goes with the roller coaster or whatever.
Yeah, you have to be.
Like,
that kind of-
If you like to have control of your brain, you might freak out when you take this kind of drugs.
Yeah.
Which is like
Seen
me.
that
Like
happen,
I don't want to give up control.
A friend of mine just freaked out one night when we locked him in his mom's car and he shredded the inside of it.
See, that's one thing that's never happened with me. Is like I've never lost complete control of my mind on anything,
No.
anything ever.
Well,
Have you tried DMT?
Well, no, but I've taken several different types of hallucinogens and pretty
Salvia?
harsh substance. That's just garbage. I've freebased it.
No. Huh?
The pure chemical form of salvia, the stuff that they would put on the plant that you would smoke,
Oof.
the just straight powder, and yeah, that shit fucks you up.
For like 5 minutes though, right?
Yeah, it's not long. It's like an extreme, like your very first weed high, but times 10. But I've still, even in that, I've never lost complete control of my mind. So I guess it's just like a biological, probably, in the sense some people are just able to maintain.
Yeah,
better.
I've never been like blackout drunk before.
Either.
I
No,
don't know. Yeah, I always remember everything.
don't
I mean,
well,
I would get.
necessarily.
I've gotten sick a lot from drinking too much.
Sometimes
But
you
I
wish
guess
you
I
had
don't know.
blacked
Some
out.
people's biology are different, and they'll black out. I would get super sick before I'd black out.
You really should even mess with any of it. To be honest, it's just not worth it. There's no reason to, and every reason not to. Just like smoking cigarettes, there's no reason to smoke cigarettes, and every reason not to. Yet I smoke cigarettes.
That's called an addiction.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
I don't know. There can be an argument made for some psychotropics that actually enable you to think.
Nah, that's
And
just
a freer-
potheads wanting to get their pot.
No. I'm talking about like DMT and stuff like
brain.
that. Like,
No, I know you're talking. I
It-
know what you're talking about, but it's the medical marijuana crowd. But it does so many good things. It fights cancer and cures leprosy, and blah blah blah. You just want to get high. Shut the fuck up.
well, yeah, that's true. But hey, if the plant allows me to get high and can still do that, more the
I'm
reason.
not saying there aren't. I'm not saying there aren't health benefits to it or potential health benefits. I'm not saying that. What
My
I'm saying
one
is your
friend
motives.
got prescribed marijuana in California for having back problems,
Yeah, it's
but
good
then
for
he
pain
couldn't
management.
get weed because he wasn't a resident of California.
Oh,
So
yeah,
he went through all of that and he still didn't get weed.
it's funny.
It is good for pain management. Not because it gives you a distraction from the pain. Not necessarily it does anything for the pain. It distracts you from the pain. Unless you start focusing on the pain. Like if you have a headache and you smoke weed, you're gonna have the worst headache of your life because all you can focus on is that headache. And the headache may not even be that bad. It may just be a mild headache, but because you smoke weed and you've got a headache, all you're focusing on is that headache. Now, if you get distracted, the headache will go away.
They are making it better though too, because it doesn't help in taking smoke, because that's also going to make your headache worse. But there's been some pretty amazing things in the sense of like edible ingestion, pills, droplets, and stuff like that. And they're pretty organic for the most part. Some of them are pretty diluted with other things as well, but especially in these like medical clubs that you can go to, you don't even have to smoke and still get the same effects. And that's actually the better way. But some of us that are stuck in old ways
Yeah,
still.
So one of my regulars came in today and said he just got some edibles, and dude, I'm 50 years old. I don't want to eat my weed.
I don't like edibles. It's a different high. It's uncomfortable.
I had like a bottle of the tea, infused tea, and let me tell you, it was the best afternoon I've had in a very long time.
I like their beverages. I used to coffee infused with it before. Like in California when I had a club, I'd go to the club and get coffee infused with it. That shit is good.
Yeah, but with,
Drink. Yeah.
With that being said, I'd still rather just smoke a bowl.
Yeah.
And the dosing was weird because like I had a half of an edible and it didn't do anything, and then I took like the whole edible, the same one in the same box, and I was high as fuck.
Yeah, edibles stack.
By the way,
one thing I've noticed with the high of an edible, it stacks on top of a high. Whereas smoking just continues it or levels you out to a certain point. If you can eat it and you're getting the 45 minutes later, you're starting to feel it, and then you're like, I didn't feel it a half hour after I ate it, so I ate more. You got 45-minute high, and then a half hour after that 45-minute high, you're getting another high.
Yeah, it has to go through your digestive system.
Yeah. And it can just keep stacking on you like that.
It was a different day.
Oh, really? A different day?
Yeah, no, I just think that they were very inconsistently made.
Oh, yeah. There's no regulation. There's no oversight.
I've had a guy when I was in California. He made his own cookie. I don't know why I couldn't think of that name. And I left it at the girlfriend at the time's dormitory. And her friend have never really partaked, and they were so excited that there was this cookie at their dormitory that they could have eaten, and it would make them feel all kinds of good. At least that's what they hear about all the San Francisco crowd, because that's where this was. So I tell them, you guys can have some, but you both have to split a quarter of the cookie. They didn't listen to me right, and they both had a quarter of the cookie. They were supposed to only have an eighth of the cookie apiece.
Ooh.
And they ate, between the two of them, obviously the half of that cookie. That one girl has never partaked at all. At least the girlfriend at the time had with me every once in a while. But the other girl had not at all. She was in the bathroom, in the shower with her clothes on, crying, trying to force herself to throw up. I can't handle it. Oh my God. My girlfriend's at the time, she's like, I got to call the cops. Like, you're not fucking calling the cops. I don't fucking think so. If you call the cops, you didn't get that cookie from me. Like, I don't even know you. It was so funny. It was terrible. It was a frightening situation. But that's how edibles hit you. She could have just smoked and that would have never happened. But an edible
the feeling I get is a little different. Like when smoking, like you kind of get maybe like your brain kind of feels a little bit warm, kind of. Or
yeah.
Like one funny side effect I had was like it felt like I was in an elevator that was going up slowly. It was just like, ooh. But edibles was just like this really strong feeling in like my brain stem or something, like my spine kind of. And it was like this weird uncomfortable feeling. and then like just all these hallucinations. I don't know. I was just like hallucinating like shapes.
Oh yeah, you're going over geometry homework in your brain.
Yeah. It was like the snake game, like the from Atari or whatever. It was like that. Like these shapes just kept moving around like that.
It don't help that they're making weed like fucking over the top powerful.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah.
Compared to when I was a kid, my god, it's ridiculous.
I mean, I'm not gonna say, but like, just the dabs alone.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. That pure wax that I smoked was way too strong.
Don't do drugs, kids.
Yeah, don't do them unless you want to, but just.
And then all this crazy apparatuses they have, like I had a friend once that had a zong. It was like a triple bong, but it was like in a Z shape or something. Yeah.
See, that's something I never got into either, is having the whole like decorative paraphernalia and stuff like that.
Give me a tin can and a freaking pocket knife to punch some holes in it, and I'm good to go.
I have friends like that though, like 3-footers, like, and they love hitting it. They pull it out for party occasions and stuff like that. And it's just, no, you come over to my house, I'm just gonna roll a J.
My favorite was like the volcano, which was a vaporizer thing.
That was an old school thing.
Because like then you didn't have like the smoke, like the hot smoke.
Yeah.
I like that.
Experience those at the clubs because those machines were just too expensive to own.
Yeah.
But I have tried that, and that is probably one of my favorite ways to partake in leaf. Because yeah, the smoke can really hurt your lungs, but the vapor from it is fine.
Yeah, it's the smoke that's the problem. Because anything that like damages your cells can have a carcinogen effect.
Yeah, it's so hot.
Because
Heat is so intense.
Oh man, I'm so bad with that. Like I always like fucking burn my lungs from taking too big of a hit or something. With like a bowl. So yeah. It's not legal in Minnesota, so I don't actually buy it over here, but I just drink. But it would be nice to have like another drug so I could cycle between the two. I think that would actually be healthier on my body.
I mean, if you're solely just focusing on alcohol, man, alcohol really fucks you up.
Yeah. Well, it's a poison.
I gave up alcohol years ago. Not because I was trying to be healthy, just because with muscular dystrophy, you really can't afford to be wobbly in the legs. I got drunk when I really couldn't walk that well, and I literally had to get carried by my friend down railroad tracks. That was the last time I drank. I used to be a whiskey drinker. You know what I mean? Like I didn't like alcohol in the sense of beer so much. I liked the harder stuff. Whiskeys, rums, hated vodka. Tequila was good if you were trying to have a really good time.
I mean, vodka for me is mostly like a mixer kind of drink. I mean, you don't really drink it straight unless you get like that Chopin potato vodka stuff. That's pretty good. But like a White Russian's pretty good. That's a vodka drink.
Yeah, White Russian's not bad. I do like a White Russian. Vodka still just has the flavor that comes through anything.
Whiter flavor.
And same thing with gin. I've had gin mixed drinks where I've liked them, but gin still just comes through so hard.
There's some gins that are really good. They have if they've been steeped in like a lot of different ingredients like juniper berries and all that stuff. And then they can be very floral and interesting.
Always my drink of choice, gin and tonic.
Oh, you gave me one when I was younger, and that shit was gross.
Yeah, gin and tonic's good. And they also have like different kinds of flavored tonics. So There's one called like the elderflower tonic or something.
And
that's
drinking
really good.
tonic water will protect you from the COVIDs.
Listen,
Well, protects you from malaria.
Yeah, it's quinine.
The quinine does, yeah.
I'll respect your liking of gin, but let's be real.
Oh,
It's
I don't
pine
respect my
needle
liking of gin.
and
It
Alka-Seltzer.
tastes straight up, tastes like straight up propane. Or kerosene. Yeah. Yeah, it's got awful stuff, but once you
I
put it
like-
in tonic, it's really good.
What was it? Southern Comfort.
SoCo?
That was
okay.
a very candy-like liquor.
Yeah, it was
You could
too
drink that
sweet for
straight.
me.
It tastes fruity.
Yeah.
As far as like scotches, I like Glenmorangie, but I never buy it because it's too expensive.
Yeah,
That's
you don't
my
buy the.
favorite scotch.
You become friends with somebody at the bar and they buy you a shot of.
Yeah. But I guess Jameson is cheaper, and that's pretty good to drink straight.
Jameson. Isn't what's
Excuse me.
the Jameson mixed drink that's popular? Is it Jameson?
Jenna Jameson.
Yeah, Jenna Jameson. It's the Red Bull one with the. You put Red Bull in this in the
Jägermeister.
alcohol, and that's Jaeger. That's what it is, Jaeger.
Oh, no, that's
Jaeger
Yag. That's
bombs.
Yag bombs. Yeah. Oh, I don't do Yag anymore.
Yeah, I did
That's
those
like
at
the
Cell
Dr.
Block one.
Pepper of liquor. It's got like 50 ingredients or whatever. I don't even get that drunk from it, but I feel like shit after I drink it.
Yeah, oh, you're all cracked out on the freaking Red Bull, and then you're all, you got the sedative effect, and your body's just so confused. Should I be awake? Should I be asleep? I don't know. Let's just murder people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Brandy's good.
that's what your aunt drinks, Randy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Blackberry brandy. I think that was the first alcohol I ever tried. Sneak it from the cupboard.
Yeah, brandy. I don't know like a good brandy or a cognac. Like there's like a whole bunch of cheap, super cheap ones, but I don't ever get them.
Or we can just start drinking Zimas.
There you go. Like all the cool kids.
Yeah. Or no, what is the new cool drink? It's White Claw.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that shit is garbage. I tried it the other day. It's terrible. I mean, it tastes like a seltzer drink. Like a carbonated water
It basically
that's
is.
slightly flavored. I hate those to begin with. But then there's obviously because of the alcohol, there's this tinge of something in it.
Yeah, got any of the slushies yet?
No, there's slushies of it.
No, it's like the fruity malt beverages.
Oh
like
yeah.
Ritas and whatnot. Every place in town, including my store, has them in their slushy machine.
Yeah.
Kids come in. Can I get a slushie? No, not for you.
Right now, I'm
they
drinking
sell
Lift
like mad.
Bridge. I'm drinking Lift Bridge Hop Dish IPA. It's a Minnesota beer.
I've liked IPAs. I've always liked beers that have that just strong punch, like right in the
Hoppy
throat.
flavor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tastes like a fresh plant or something. I like
Yeah.
that.
I kind of.
You know
When
what the origins of IPAs are? Kevin Fry told me. He's a brewer. The IPAs were originally they added extra hops to help the beer last longer in the warm Indian climate.
Oh.
India Pale Ale. That's where it comes from, because the beer would go bad too quickly. So they just started adding more hops to prolong its life.
Oh, nice. No wonder it tastes so hot. I've always been a fan of what's the Swedish one? The beer.
There's a Swedish beer.
Heineken.
Heineken? I thought it was German.
Norwegian. No, Heineken's not German. Is it German? I thought it was in like Norway.
I mean,
like
German-ish. It's it's German-ish. It's still brewed in the United States.
Dutch.
Dutch, yeah, it's a Dutch beer. But
Is
it tastes like chewing on a weed plant.
Heineken does?
Yeah, at least I've always thought so.
Heineken's very skunky. It's not very hoppy.
No, it's not, and that's the skunkiness that you're tasting. It makes me think of the skunkiness of buds.
Yeah.
So I kind of always had that same taste. But that's about the only beer that I could really stomach drinking a lot of.
They need to make a weed beer,
They do. Hemp tails.
like a hoppy weed beer. So you get like when you smell like a real dank nug and it smells amazing, just like that smell with like a really hoppy beer. It'd be really good.
Hemp tails.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Or like just like maybe like my dad recently went to like a guy who makes hemp, because he's kind of into farming and all that stuff with hydroponics and stuff. But he brought back some CBD oil, and that stuff's pretty good. I mean, it's not weed, but you do get kind of a relaxing effect from it, and the smell of it, it's just like it's got that potent sort of dank nug smell that I like. So like a CBD beer would be pretty cool.
It's a good smell. It's a smell that makes you, when you're driving down the road and you smell a skunk, go instead of ill.
You know what? Maybe I'm just gonna put, a dropper of CBD oil into my Lift Ridge Hop IPA. That might be good.
It's just science.
Yeah.
Keep missing flashes.
What's up with all these people that do these weird drugs like bath salts, or crocodile?
Oh, that crocodile shit is crazy.
That's just an extension of the gas huffers from back in the day.
Yeah.
Like they know that like your like flesh falls off if you do crocodile. I saw like a Vice documentary about those people, and it's just like they're constantly making crocodile because like it takes as long to make it as it takes to like stay high or whatever. So like it's like a 30-minute high and it takes 30 minutes to make it. So it's just like they just keep making it until their like flesh falls off.
Nice. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna wrap up there. It's getting close to 3:30. We went late tonight. Back on
You're
tomorrow
gonna
night.
end in that downer.
Yeah.
Yeah, crocodile, guys.
Just wanted to kill the last two. Tomorrow night. What are we doing? Carners? Carners tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's it. All right. That was fun. So until then, you folks have a great weekend and take your masks off.